unmute your microphone. Yes, so now we are also recording the meeting, and the meeting recordings will be available on UNESCO's YouTube channel as well as on UNESCO Bangkok's website. So we just waiting a little bit and moving. Okay. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, we have 4 very wonderful panel discussions. One of the main objectives of this conference is to identify the way to forward for a better implementation for the 1917 Convention in Asia-Pacific region. However, this is not one job that can be done by the government, also by the non-government stakeholders. So today we will have 3 more panel discussions engaging various stakeholders, including communities, cultural institutions, museums, and the art collectors. Without further delay, first please allow me to invite Ms. Dongbin Han, Chief of Culture Unit at the UNESCO Bangkok office, to give us some recap on the discussion of yesterday and the introduction for today's discussion. Thank you. Over to you, Han.
Thank you, Hamin. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Some of you are probably already in that time frame, and some of you I know coming and joining us from early morning or even midnight. So thank you very much for everyone who come back to our conference today, as well as the new participants who were not being able to be with us yesterday. So as Hanging briefly mentioned yesterday, we had a very productive discussion after the set of opening remarks and backgrounds on the 2 conventions, 1970 and 1995, as well as a keynote address to share with us the overall regional situation and context. Our 4 panels yesterday discussed the various issues relating to the key challenges and priorities of the countries. So after the first panel consisting of Dr. Simon Mackenzie and representative of the 5 Asia-Pacific sub-region who share with us their threats, their challenges, their priorities, and as well as their current actions that they are undertaking. We zoom into 3 sets of issues that we look at through the remaining 3 panels. In panel 2, we discuss different issues related to the ratification of the convention, as well as strengthening the legal frameworks of the countries. In panel 3, we discussed the different capacity building needs, as well as different mechanisms for cross-sectoral collaboration. And in panel 4, we are discussing the international collaboration. So in each of the panel, we always had 1 speaker and then various panelists who came from both government, non-government, international organizations, and partners. So today we are going to discuss different groups of stakeholders that through the 3 remaining panels. 1 panel concerns the communities and their roles. 1 panel would concern the art markets and people who are working in this domain. And the last panel would include the museums and cultural institutions. And then at the end, we would go through together a set of recommendations that we have recapped from the discussion we had yesterday and today. And that would be an occasion that we invite you to provide with us further input so that we can finalize these sets of recommendations together, so that we could send them to appropriate partners and stakeholders. And the panel today, the session today would be closed with remarks from our Assistant Director General for Culture, as well as high-ranking officials from Cambodia and China. So I would just like to share with you very quickly, yesterday we asked you 4 questions. to engage your participation. And I would just like to share with you very quickly what we captured yesterday. And again, I would like to remind everyone that the Mentimeter to these questions are still open. So please, for the newcomers, please take a little bit of your time to share the question, to share your inputs. We will send you the link in the chat box. So here is what is the biggest threat to cultural objects in your country and region. You could see that the bigger the words are, the more people who actually pick that words. And then you could see that many of the small words would be aligning with the big words as well. So we see issues like poverty that highlight really important roles of how culture can be connected to various issues related to sustainable development, and we need to address everything holistically. Culture cannot just work on our own. And then other issues such as looting and theft and trade and lack of awareness raising that came up very much in the panel discussions yesterday. In the second question, we look at the biggest challenge that your country is facing in dealing with this threat. The two questions, I think they are a little bit of the overlapping. So you will see some of the current issue, but then one of the issues that came up very much again is the human resources and capacity of these human resources, and that was really also something that brought up very, very often in the panel discussion. So in terms of what would be the most urgent capacity building needs in your country, you again see this awareness raising is a really, really current concurrent theme that keeps coming back. And then we see law enforcement. That is one of the issues that is really becoming more and more important for the countries in the region. So we are very pleased to see this feedback. And then in the last question that we asked, which group of professionals needs to be trained in priority? We see police came out very, very strongly. And yes, indeed, I guess our speaker from Interpol yesterday highlights the importance of this, as well as to develop the specific force within the police that deals with this issue specifically. But then we also see community becoming one of the very important groups that we need to engage. So that is just the capture of what we get from you yesterday, and also maybe to give you an idea for those of you who are not familiar with Mentimeter, just to see how the results are captured. And all this has been duly noted in the draft recommendation that we are preparing, and that will be shared at the end of this day today. So before we begin the session, I just have two quick questions for you as well. And please take your time. You can click in the link that we share. Since we already have almost 10 minutes, we need to begin the panel 5. So I would not be able to share with you the live results that will coming out. But again, we will capture that and share with you at the end of this this day today. So please, there are 3 sets of questions that we have shared with you with the Mentimeter link on the chat. Please take your time to respond to that. We really hope to hear from you. So with this, I would like to turn back to Hang Ying, who will introduce our next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Han. Thank you for the wonderful recap and the introduction of today. So now we are moving to the first panel discussion today, panel 5, Voices of Communities in the Fight Against the Illicit Trafficking. First, please allow me to welcome my colleague, Ms. Nipuna Shrestha from the UNESCO Kathmandu office to take the floor. Nipuna, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Hang Ying. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can. I also want to invite all the panelists of panel 5 to please turn on your video and stand by. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanging. Good morning and good afternoon. Also good evening. A warm welcome to all of you for joining us today in this panel 5, which is about voices of communities in the fight against illicit trafficking of cultural objects. I'm Nipuna Shrestha from UNESCO Kathmandu. I'll be moderating this session. And today, we are delighted and honored to have with us Madam Adi Meritui Ratuna Buabua Divyalagi as speaker to this panel. She is the chairperson of the Blue Silt Pacifica since 2016. And the Blue Silt Pacifica is hosted by the Fiji Museum in Suva, Fiji, and it is a regional Pacific branch of the International Blue Silt and a collaboration of international non-government organizations that engage in disaster risk reduction activities to protect cultural heritage and institutions associated with natural and human-induced disaster in the Pacific. Madam Meritiu is based in Nadi, Fiji. She is an advocate for arts and heritage, serving on many local, regional, and international boards. She is also a co-author of Reweaving the Ecological Map Framework towards an ecological framework for the development of development for Pacific communities. Madam, you are welcome. And today we have also 4 distinguished guests as a panelist. And thank you very much for joining us today, all the panels. I have a pleasure to invite and introduce our first panelist, Mr. Im Sokriti. You are here, yeah? He is the board member of Heritage Was, an NGO which has now changed its name to Khmer Heritage Organization. The organization was founded in 2003 in response to the widespread looting of archaeological sites in Cambodia. In addition to being part of this pioneering organization, Mr. Im is also the director of the Department of Conservation of Monuments and Archaeology, Apsara National Authority of Cambodia. Mr. Im is an archaeologist and historian and have actively worked on numerous projects, including in cross-culture and cross-border education program between Cambodia and Thailand through Living Angkor Road project. Now, I would like to introduce to our second panelist, Mr. Anurag Saxena. He is the co-founder of India Pride Project, and he is based in Singapore and has been working with a group of enthusiastic volunteers and government to bring back home the artworks that were stolen and smuggled out of India. His work has been featured in BBC, Washington Post, The Diplomat Sunday, Guardian, Doordarshan, Man's World, and Span. You are welcome, sir. Now, I would like to introduce our third panelist, Madam Naseem Jand Ijari. She is the co-founder and project coordinator of Saab-San Cultural Heritage Group from the Islamic Republic of Iran. And Saab-San is a small group of volunteers who are designing and organizing participatory camps in the cultural heritage sites. The cultural group, founded in 2015, has organized several participatory short and long-term camps in the rural areas, as well as UNESCO World Heritage volunteer camps in the 3 World Heritage sites, raising importance of local community need assessment as well as participatory approach. Madam Naseem is from architecture and cultural heritage background. She worked in Afghanistan, Iran, and Uzbekistan. Madam, you are welcome. Now, I would like to introduce our final and the 4th panelist, Honorable Mayor of the Lalitpur Metropolitan City of Nepal, Mr. Chiri Babu Marjan. I think he was here previously. I'd like to request Mr. Chiri Babu Marjan to also turn on the camera. Mr. Chiri Babu Marjan, as an active supporter of culture and heritage, conservation, has served many social organizations in various capacities throughout his career. As former president of Japu Samaj, an indigenous community-based organization having 32,000 farmer community that plays an active role in the city's cultural events. As former city commissioner of Lalitpur and presently as the mayor of the city, he has spearheaded numerous sustainability initiatives. You are welcome, sir. Now,
Hi, Nifuna. I think the mayor was here in the room before, but maybe he's having some connection problem. Maybe we can.
Yeah, we can start on with our session. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. As you know, we have heard yesterday many references on engaging diverse stakeholders in the fight against illicit traffic in cultural properties and objects. These cultural objects are not only integral part of important heritage or historic sites, but they are close to the hearts of people, especially in our context as they are part of the daily rituals, communal practices, and many more. Therefore, without further delay, I would like to invite Madam Adi Meritui, the chairperson of the Blue Shield Pacifica, to give your opening presentation. You have 10 minutes to present. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nipuna. Good afternoon, greetings from Fiji. Good morning if you're in Bangkok. My name is Meritui. I'm from Fiji, based in Nandi. And sorry if you hear the noise of aeroplanes going over. I'm near the airport. And also there's lots of birds, so I'm in the countryside. So please excuse all of the background noise, but I'm very happy to be here. And as was mentioned, I think I've got a PowerPoint presentation somewhere. Thank you. All right, thank you. As was mentioned, one of the objectives of the conference is to identify ways of improving the implementation of the 1970 UNESCO Convention and the 1995 sister convention in the Asia-Pacific region, and to strengthen the fight against illicit traffic in cultural objects, not only for governments, but also for non-governmental stakeholders. So I'm here today presenting mainly on Blue Shield Pacifica and what this organization, which is a regional Pacific intergovernmental, non-governmental organization. And on the first photo you see on the screen, there's a photo of Levuka Heritage Site, which is one of Fiji's first World Heritage Sites. And just to start off by saying that in the region, of all the conventions we have, there's a 1972 Convention for World Heritage and the 2003, which has a good buy-in. It's taken a while, but many countries have ratified the convention. And when they haven't, it's been a task to implement. So there are many aspects of taking on these conventions in the region. So I myself was a civil servant and was involved in the World Heritage nomination for Fiji, being a focal point. So it's really important that there are focal points at all levels in government and for the non-governmental organizations and the stakeholders. I think I'm a co-host, so we move to the next slide. Okay. Right, thank you. So of the international non-governmental organizations that Blue Shield, which comes under the Blue Shield International, which the headquarters is in the UK, we have a number of organizations. So you can see there the logos for the ICOMOS Pacifica, which comes under International Council of Monuments and Sites for sites and monuments, and PABICA for the Pacific Regional Archives, under the International Council of Archives, and PIALA, which is the Pacific Island Museums Association of Libraries, Archives, and Museums. And then we also have the Pacific Island Museums Association. So these are all organizations that, or a network of organizations that come under Blue Shield. So for this presentation, I'll be talking more about the regional work that we do. And we are hosted with the Fiji Museum based in Suva. I'm on the other side of the island. And yesterday, for those of you that were here, you heard a very articulate presentation from the director of the Fiji Museum of the situation in the Pacific, and how the Pacific Island Museums Association, which is the logo in the middle there, based was in Vanuatu, now in the Secretariat is in Hawaii, and the chairperson is in Guam. So for this convention, which comes mainly under ICOM, the Pacific Island Museums Association would be the organization or network of heritage specialists that would be implementing or part of these stakeholders. Can I have the next slide? Thank you. So since 2016, the Blue Shield Pacifica had its first inception workshop in Suva at the National Archives to come up with the concept. And for this workshop, we were looking at the Hague Convention. So the Hague Convention is one of the UNESCO's conventions for looking at disaster risk management and the activities for galleries, archives, libraries, museums in the Pacific, so the GLAM organizations, and especially with a focus for the developing states, particularly in times of for the protection of cultural heritage and the institutions involved and the risks associated with natural and human-induced disasters. So there you see the network. There are representatives there from the Pacific Island Museums Association, ICOMOS, Pacifica, Australia, Blue Shield, the archives and the libraries across the Pacific, and also the previous director for, the culture specialist, Dr. Akatsuki, who's played a major role for the region in the Pacific in facilitating the networking. Have the next slide. Thank you. Again, just some of the regional workshops that we've had. So our role has been to advocate for the conventions. And so here we have in the center of the screen Dr. Peter Stone, who's based in the UK, who is the sort of Etienne Clement of for the international convention, for the Hague Convention. And so with Etienne, you have to have those key people, the key people who take on the banner and the torch for the rest of the world. So here we have the Pacific directors for culture meeting to discuss the convention. Thank you. Next slide. Could I have this? Yes. And so some of the disaster risk reduction areas that we look at in Vanuatu, they had the cyclone Pam in 2014, and looking at salvaging of waterlogged records, and after the cyclone, looking at the artworks and then cleaning up after the museums. The Pacific, the region of the Pacific is always faced with natural disasters. So for budgeting for many governments, after a natural disaster, for Fiji, for example, we just had 2 Category 5 cyclones, and I know in Asia Pacific region, we just have those catastrophes. When we go to look for funding, we're often told, no, sorry, there's not enough funding, you'll have to wait. So some of our priorities, we wanted to take on board the convention for the 1970 convention. We were told to hold on, even though we've had workshops. Can I have the next slide, please? And so some of the areas is advocacy, and this is just an image showing disaster risk reduction, and talking to Pacific stakeholders in 2016 at the Fiji Museum. So wherever there's an opportunity, we get out there and we pass on the message about the conventions to the community at the international level and the region. Next slide, please. For this slide, some of the issues that have been identified was the object identification. And in this case, when I was the director of the Fiji Museum, we had the opportunity to digitize the objects that were in the museum. So we have the catalogs and extensive catalogs, but they needed to be digitized. And so through the development of a website, the Minister of Culture had advised, okay, let's go along and do this object identification. So it's a great way to as a catalyst to get the objects digitized and catalogued. Because as you heard in the case yesterday with Dr. Amar Gala, Professor Amar Gala, he mentioned that in 2001 there was an artifact that they didn't have any photos, but they had a photograph of the image. No, sorry, not a photograph, a sketch of the photograph. So if they hadn't intervened quickly, they took the sketch because Interpol said they could not do anything unless the museums, they have the information, object information and the identification of the objects. Without that, they can't do anything. So they had a photograph and they managed to intervene as the artifact was smuggled from Fiji to New Zealand, and it was on its way to USA, but it was on its way to USA, and then they stopped to well, intervened, and thanks to the intervention from the Interpol. Thank you. Next slide. So the area of the small island developing states, there you see the map that similar to the one we saw yesterday. This is the region that we are looking after or responsible for, the whole of the Pacific. Australia and New Zealand are the only two countries that have ratified the convention, and the others, we've had a number of workshops regionally for the whole Pacific, but nobody has ratified the convention yet, and there's much need for awareness. Thank you. Next slide. Again, awareness in Canberra, just to highlight what the work of Blue Shield. We were in Australia, highlighting to Australia the work that's happening within Vanuatu and Fiji on disaster risk management. Thank you. Next slide. Again, with the communities and museum education in the Pacific, building resilience. There's been a number of workshops with children. You heard yesterday the Director for Culture saying that there's a need to have awareness raising and children participating in the protection of their heritage, and so even awareness, which could even go into the curriculum. Thank you. Again, that's in 2018. This slide, I'm glad to see that the Director for Vanuatu Cultural Centre will be presenting later. In 2015, there was a declaration in Port Vila, which had on the fight against illicit trafficking, where the region, the Melanesian region, which is the 5 countries of Solomons, Vanuatu, Papua New Guinea, Fiji, and Solomons, came together, and they came up with a declaration, which the declaration is actually the area that we need to follow up on activities that the governments and the NGOs of the countries need to do, which were to establish inventories and lists of photographs and other recording technology of important cultural objects, develop activities, develop awareness raising among prosecutors and judicial officers, develop educational activities, undertaking awareness raising activities, prepare regulations, and provide review the security of collections. So all of these had recommendations that were made at this workshop, which was a follow-up to a meeting that happened in Papua New Guinea at the Melanesian Arts Festival. So the Melanesian group is a group of 5 countries in Melanesia. And this, for example, went all the way to the ministers of culture who've taken this on board and said, yes, we need to do it. But then it goes back to the government officials and also to the community. So there's still the awareness raising at the government level and at the non-governmental areas. So the need for advocacy and to get the communities involved. And so there is, as a way forward for the Pacific, this is one area that we can follow up probably with the Pacific Island Museums Association. Okay, next slide. Again, with libraries, just to show you like the networks that we're involved with. Next slide, please. It's in Fiji. And libraries, again, the network in Brisbane. So we're out there advocating to the libraries and the museums. Next slide, please. and also with the Australian ICOMOS and ICOMOS Pacifica. There's the chair of the ICOMOS Pacifica. So for sites and monuments. So those regional bodies that we come in to enact with that are our stakeholders. Thank you. Next slide. Again, community outreach. There is the director of the Fiji Museum working in Port Vila in Vanuatu, again with community and field workers, awareness raising on disaster risk management and ICH training. Here we're out in the communities, but now we have to change the mode of the way we do things. Now we're in this COVID crisis and the pandemic. The best way now to move forward would be to use the Zoom platforms, such as this wonderful experience that we're having now at the regional level, where we're not having to fly anywhere and sit at home. We're saving time and we're able to participate. But there you can see that, I mean, there's community work out in the fields, but we have to change the way that we do work now because of this pandemic, especially Fiji is actually going through the second round, and we're facing it quite hard. Thank you. Next slide. And for this Hague Convention, as we said in the 1970 convention, we need to get the stakeholders, so the police, the Interpol, the customs people in. So for the Hague Convention, we had a workshop in Fiji with the Minister for Permanent Secretary for Education, Commissioner of Police, all of the military. Fiji is active with the police, with the peacekeeping activities. And so in their training manuals, they do have some provisions in the training manual. So this was awareness on the convention, and the same thing could happen for the convention, for the 1970 convention. So bringing together stakeholders, and in this one, for this meeting, they recommended that an interdepartmental group or a task force be set up, and the convention is now almost ready for, well, it's gone up for its second reading for a cabinet paper, but just in light of the pandemic that we're having now, it's on hold. However, the progress has been made. So this is a kind of advocacy that can be made to these to the police force and the Interpol and the customs. Thank you. Next slide. And again, other ways to get the information on the conventions out. This is in Papua New Guinea for the Dialogue and Development Day for the World Cultural Diversity. So using different platforms to get out the message to different stakeholders, but as I said, government and non-governmental organizations. Thank you. Next slide. And that's sort of what I'd like to present today. However, to just say that with the Pacific Island Museums Association, who is one of our main stakeholders, they have a database of the museum directors. The website was down, but apparently it will be coming up again soon. Something wrong with the payments, but they'll have their website up. While Blue Shield Pacifica will also, we had funds from ALI funding for the COVID pandemic funding to help us, and that's one of the issues is the funding. Funding is always an issue for sustainable funding to help. Even now, even if we have the basics on the internet connectivity and communicating, we have to change the mode and the way that we do things. Use the Zoom platform, use the Facebook networks to get out to our communities. And I think Mr. Etienne, I was talking to the Secretary General for PIMA, he'll be invited to a presentation on the 7th of next month to the museum directors who've been meeting monthly by Zoom. So the Pacific Museum directors have been meeting, and because this convention is related to the directors, this would be an opportunity time to come in and again, awareness raising was as highlighted as a major issue in the region at all levels, for government and for NGOs, for the stakeholders out there in the communities, at all levels. So I think that's it from me, and I'm sure we'll hear some great case studies from the rest of the panel. that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Yes.
That was also the bounty, from the mutiny of the bounty. That's one of the artifacts. So it's in the Fiji Museum, but it's hard to take it back. There are other examples I'm sure we can discuss as we go along. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Meritu, for such an overall sharing and from the Pacific experience with all the advocacy events that you have leading, and which and your presentation really looked into the protection of culture, tangible and intangible heritage from various perspectives, including the protection from international legal instruments such as Hague Convention, and also the perspective from the disaster risk reduction, and museum education, and most importantly, you have highlighted the role of the need of digitalization and the documentation need for the identification of the object when they reappear on the art market to claim them back to the place where it belongs to. And also you have highlighted the role of government and NGOs and the younger generations, and also the need of awareness raising, basically the advocacy needs for raising the ratification of the Pacific region. And this is indeed a very good deliberation to start with our panel discussion today. So without further delay, I would like to move on the first round of questions, which I'd like to address to our first three panelists, and would like to request each of you to respond within 2 or 3 minutes in the interest of the time, because we have very limited time and we have to complete in 9:40, about 9:40, about 10:55 in Bangkok time, sorry. And I'd also like to welcome back Mr. Chiri Babu Maharjan, whom we lost before. Welcome, sir. And my first question is, what is the experience as an NGO or foundation in fighting illicit traffic of cultural objects in your country? And to reflect on this question, I would like to invite our first panelist, Im Sokriti from Heritage Watch and Apsara National Authority, Cambodia. The floor is yours, Mr. Im. Yeah, you have to unmute yourself, Mr. Im. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to share some experience that we have done for years in Cambodia. This is the in national, international cooperation between government and non-government agency to work together to on the field to fight against the the trade, the illicit trading, destruction, culture, etc. We normally ask the same as our speaker mentions. We working closely in cooperation and collaborations with the national, international partner. Academic people, historian, archaeologists, and lawyer, of course, to launch the program to fight against the trafficking and looting in Cambodia, and also we working cooperation with national level. To discourage heritage destructions and illegal trade of antiquity in the country, and also we working to in cooperation with our partner to encourage and highlight responsible tourism, including the promotions of alternative destination to elevate stress on heritage sites as well. And then, another points we bring together, the private, public, non-governmental sector in national wide, to campaign of cooperation and cooperation and collaborations on the action against the trade. And also we working, promoting the education training to local community. And last but not least, we also working on the provincial museum on the place, on the sites where the threat, the threat on the heritage, the vandalism on the heritage site, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Im. Thank you very much for highlighting again the collaboration between different partners, private, public, non-governmental, as well as government bodies, and as well as academicians. And you have also addressed that how responsible tourism is important to fight against this illicit traffic of cultural property. And also thank you for highlighting the role of communities, as indeed, if they contribute, the initiative would be more effective, sustainable, and even efficient. So now I would like, thanks. And now I would like to pass the floor to Madam Naseem. Would you like to take the floor, please, on the same questions? How is your experience as co-founder of San Cultural Heritage Group in this fight?
Hello, distinguished participants, and good morning from Isfahan. Based on my experience and our experience in Saksan, we see the crucial role of an NGO in designing and operating participatory safeguarding camps and fighting against any criminal destructive acts against cultural heritage through the bottom-up activities and interventions. We are there to come up with the beneficial suggestions for both decision makers and local community. Cultural heritage is part of the identity, therefore any abnormal, harmful, or criminal behavior against it from the side of the community must be studied as a social problem. We should ask ourselves, why is it happening? And to have a decent answer to this question, we first need to do an in-depth social need assessment. This study cannot be done unless we cohabitate with and witness the community closely and wisely to understand if we are facing a lack of cultural awareness towards history and culture, or do we experiencing financial difficulty or instability in the community that may trigger illicit trafficking of cultural heritage as a last resort or survival measure. Studying the city of Isfahan, just recently actually, to be the host of our future World Heritage Volunteer Camp, we witnessed the traditional, beautiful 400 years old houses getting demolished illegally by the owners. And before demolishing, what happened was the valuable portable and importable objects of the house, including the architectural ornaments, the old doors, even the mirror works were getting displaced and sold. We made an assessment, and the result were saying owners, they already knew about the valuable part of the objects, and they had enough awareness. But the problem was the financial need, and the authority and the law were not practically supporting them. And so going back also to my experience in Afghanistan of working on the policy of protecting archaeological sites, in several cases, problems were not necessarily rooted in the same issue, and not specifically lack of preventive regulation or lack of awareness.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Naseem. Thank you very much for highlighting the role of NGOs such as yours as a watchdog of your communities. And also you have touched upon the very important issue about the social problem that has encouraged some of the activities that is not supporting. So you have also highlighted the need of assessment, and the result that you obtain from it is like the administrative process. I think the administrative process should be also equally supportive to go on with this endeavor. So thank you very much, Madam Naseem. Now I would like to turn to our third panelist, Mr. Anurag Saxena. How is your experience as co-founder of India Pride project while you are based in Singapore? The floor is yours.
Namaste, Nipuna. Greetings to everyone, everyone attending. Nipuna, with your permission, I'd like to answer a slightly larger question than has been put, which is the objective of this conference. Now, the objective of this conference is for a better implementation or acceptance of the two conventions. We were discussing yesterday how I think only 23 of the 43 countries in the 26 or 43 countries in this region have ratified. Now, I'll make 3 quick points to answer the larger question here.
Of course.
As we take an idea and seek acceptance beyond what exists, we have to become inclusionist in our approach, right? If the UN is genuinely interested to push the idea of the convention and its acceptability, it needs to have conversations, real, genuine conversation with voices that have been ignored in the past. I would like to consider ourselves or other panelists here as those voices that have just not been part of any conversation. So I think there is a very strong need for a higher level of engagement. B, I think, what we deal with, I know you're asking a very tactical question around what kind of challenges do we come up against. I think the biggest challenge we've come up with is not tactical, because I think the results are there. We see a larger shift globally from the idea of internationalism to the idea of sovereignty. So there is almost a macho stand that nations seem to be taking. A sense of identity is growing at a community level, at a national level, at a regional level. And I don't see that finding its way into conversations around cultural heritage, around restitutions, etc., etc. We're living in an era where, for the first time, since the League of Nations was founded, there is a very severe disruption in how countries engage with each other, and that find its way into advocacy programs that we run, into track 2 conversations that we have, into lobbying efforts that we have, etc. So I think that's the other angle we'd like to think about. But as far as cultural heritage and restitution is concerned, couple of things. In the first 65 years of India's independence, India brought back only 13 objects that were stolen or illegally taken. That's 1 object every 5 years. Now, in the last 6 or 7 years, there have been 232 objects that have been offered back to India. So you see, we're talking about 1 object every 5 years to 200 objects, and that's a huge increase. Now, I don't want to get into details. There's cooperation with authorities within India, cooperation with authorities internationally, there's narrative building, there's advocacy, there's lobbying, there's bills that have to be pushed in parliament, and there's a whole lot of effort we've put in and people like us have put in. But I think what's interesting is, you see, I see a lot of conversation in this conference around how others need to operate. What should NGOs do? What should police do? What should authorities do, etc., etc. I think there's also a need to evaluate what multilateral agencies do and what their role is in this evolving environment, because we really have hit our Rosa Parks moment. And when I say a Rosa Parks moment, I mean something that was considered absolutely legitimate 10 years back or 20 years back is now not legitimate. You have a dozen countries that are giving back not just post-1970 heritage, but colonial era loot as well. So I think the conversation is changing, the dynamics of the conversation are changing, the players within the conversation are changing. So yeah, there's a bit of evolution that needs to happen with everybody if they'd like to stay relevant.
Thank you, Mr. Anurag. Yeah, this is a very different perspective you have brought into this discussion. And I'm sure that this conference and the many future deliberations will sure look upon these issues. And you are right, and the high level engagement and the collaboration from different organizations working in the field is very essential. And I hope that like India will be able to bring back home many other like objects that is abroad. Yeah, thank you very much for all the three panels. Now, I would like to move on to the second round of questions, if you allow me. And I would like to address this question to the Honorable Mayor of Lalitpur, Mr. Chiri Babu Marjan. Nowadays, not only the governments contribute to the fight against illicit traffic in culture objects, but also communities do. In your opinion, what can a community or a municipality practically do? And would you like to share some of your interesting initiatives with the communities that could be also inspiring to other countries or other regions? The floor is yours, Mr. Mahajan. Please unmute. Please unmute. Yeah, thank you.
Namaste, Nipula. And
Namaste.
Good morning, good afternoon to all of you. And warm greetings from Lalitpur Metropolitan City, the oldest city of Nepal. The question is very interesting. And in this regard, I would like to say that one of the archaeologists his name is Percy Brown, the famous archaeology researcher, has said early 20s that Nepal does have more temples than houses and more images than population. But now this saying has been going downwards due to the rapid urbanization. And but of course, still it carries meaningful significant meaning in our society. My city is recorded as the UNESCO heritage site. And as I said earlier, it does have many temples, images, so many things, so many heritage sites, tangible and intangible. And in this case, in this case, we are very proud of all of these heritage things. Of course, but in the late 50s or in the mid 70s, the artifacts are missing, stolen, and those were gone around the world. But now, due to some of the research done by the so-called renowned authors like Lion Singh Bangdel, he has written a book on stolen images of Nepal. And with help of some other books, a lot of those stolen images were found elsewhere in the world, particularly in the United States. And very recently, we brought back 8th century, 12th century image of Vasudev Kamalaza from Texas. That was one of the jobs we have done very recently. But of course, we did not have local election for almost 20 years. Therefore, the vacuum was there. And again, during that time, politically, the country was very bad in shape, very bad shape. So a lot of these things took place during that time, in that time period. But now, since the election took place in 2017, then we are here. And in this case, now we are advocating the local people to take care of the images. But indeed, the religion of Nepal is such that once we wake up early in the morning, we wash our face, we go, once we finish our early morning business, then we go to the temples to take blessings from the gods, goddesses. And this is what we do every day, every morning, before we eat anything, before we drink water, like that. So in that case, this is a very good practice which have been following for years and years. So in this case, we recognize all the images, all the temples. We are quite familiar. So as and when anything goes wrong to the images and the temples, then the local people gather in order to protect it. So in that case, a lot of things have been done by the local people without asking by the local government or by the federal government. So they come up with very good suggestions, very good ideas, etc., etc. But stolen of those images from the temples, which were built long time ago, say 600 years or 400 years or 300 years ago, when there were no cement, no reinforcement steel. So everything was built from mud or other local materials. So those things, those constructions were not that strong enough. So in that case, people who steal those images can get access easily. So that is the biggest problem. So now the local community, they are approaching me for reinforcement of security, reinforcement of construction, etc., etc. In this case, now we are going to employ the latest technology in those temples, in those shrines, so that the easy access towards the bad boys could not get access over there. So these are the things we are currently undertaking. And the Vasudeva Kamalaza image recently that came back. So we are going to reinstate that in the same original place, where just for time being a replica was kept there. So now we are going to remove that replica and keep somewhere inside the temple, but the original image goes to the original place where the table and where the foundation, etc., were made for the original one. So this is going to happen very soon.
Thank you, Mayor, dear Mayor, Mr. Maharjan. Thank you very much for bringing the perspective of the community and collaboration from the municipality in monitoring the overall overall activities going around in the communities. So we are very delighted to learn about the also return of Vasudeva Kamalaza, and it is going to be installed back to its original place. Thank you very much. Because we have very short of time, I would just like to ask if Im Sokriti would like to add anything in this, or perhaps I would like to merge the other questions that is about the involvement of youth. like how do we prepare youth in the protection of cultural heritage and fight against illicit trafficking? Mr. Im Sukriti, would you like to say in few words, because we have very limited time?
Yes, thank you. This is a good question that we are actually involving with the kids, involving with youth is our main activity nowadays. Since 2007, we launched a project to involve with youth, involve with the kids. So this is training program about heritage to the local students who studying in the World Heritage area. For example, in Angkor, World Heritage Site, Bantia, Chma, Sombo, Prikok, Koke, and another side across the border, also with the Thailand, we work cooperation in, with youth together. So the program is launched to teach to, students about the heritage, and then we organize, several sessions to bring, students, primary school, high school, to participate with our, with the excavations sites to see what we are doing on in their homeland, and to start to involve with with our expert government staff, and also with the private sector together, and to see participate together step by step, hand by hand, to see they belong to the community, and the community have many heritage in their homeland. So to see what they are do excavation, what they're doing restoration of the project, and also involve them with the museum visit. So we bring the student, the kid, primary school, high school, to visit museum in provincial museum, and some in Siem Reap, another different province, to educate them, to learn them, familiar with them, with their ancestor, their culture, in the country. And also we conduct the exchange program between Thailand and Cambodia, cross border, to visit, the heritage site. I will conduct the workshop, the training, sometime in Cambodia side, sometime in Thailand side. And then students start to work together to discuss about the value of their heritage in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Im. Yeah, thank you. It's very important to raise the awareness of students. They are the to educate them for future preparedness. Yeah, thanks very much. And I would like to turn back to Madam Naseem about how to involve youth. How do you recommend to involve the youth in this fight against illicit traffic of cultural objects?
In Sarkson, we focus on the concept of youth participation and hands-on activities. So all the activities are being designed interactively with the stakeholders and for the stakeholders. And on this, I would like also to refer to the very motivating initiative of UNESCO World Heritage Volunteer Camps, which we consider as a great chance to cohabitate with community, observe and cooperate with them closely. And each camp has become like a booster for the future participatory activities from the community itself. Imagine yourself as a Belgian volunteer in an international group of volunteers from all over the world, cleaning the surface of a 700 years old bricks on the wall of Isfahan Jamas with a very delicate brush. You're being witnessed by local prayers who value the mosque more religiously than culturally. You're being questioned, what are you doing and why you are doing that? This moment, the moment when you raise the curiosity of a community, is what we are focusing on in the participatory heritage camps. And furthermore, I would like first to thank you for having me at this conference, despite all the restrictions we were facing due to the international and US sanctions on Iran, which made me subscribe under other as my country and using VPN to join this online conference with another country IP. These obstacles actually and unfortunately are very relevant to the topic we are discussing now. Being isolated and sanctioned makes it difficult or impossible to participate in the international training and courses, makes us ineligible for receiving funds from the international institutes, and makes it difficult or impossible to get through the exchanges of the best practices. This can be considered as a threat for raising the awareness of the organizational actors, the local community, and the youth whom we are referring to now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Nassim. Thank you very much for touching upon the point of raising the interests of communities. And also, I hope there will be discussion, future deliberation that would help for you to receive, for your country to receive other funding opportunities. Because now I would like to move on to the final questions about the religious institution, because many of the religious institutions are the guardians of important historic and regional objects, religious objects. So what good practices would you recommend protecting these objects against threat and illicit trafficking? I would like to go to Mr. Anurag Saxena for this question, because you have been working so much with the religious communities, as I understand.
That's a wonderful question, Nipuna. I think the first challenge is to recognize that these objects are actually objects of faith. They're not pieces of art. They're not showpieces. They're not museum pieces. They were not meant to be showcased. They were meant to be revered. For those of you who can see the background, my background behind me, we have the books which give us knowledge, which, and on the other hand, we have murtis of our gods. There is a Ganesh, there is a Saraswati, so on and so forth. So I think first is there needs to be a lot of awareness built in the international community that our objects of reverence are not your showpieces. Second, I think there's a lot of effort that we have to put in domestically with, see, very often people or communities don't realize that what they take for granted might actually be priceless internationally, right? Very provocatively, I ask people this question. What is the price of an underage girl? How much would you pay for her, right? And that shakes people's consciousness, right? The act of putting a price on a human being in itself is immoral, in itself is illegal. Now, when that happens with objects which we consider as having life, there is a process called prana pratishtha, which is putting life into a murti or into an idol. It needs a lot of understanding to develop on both sides of the equation. Domestically, we need people to understand that, hey, there is actually an illegal market of people who want to steal away your God and sell it away. At the same time, we need to put in an effort internationally. Let me give you just two examples, right? One, as you know, India Pride Project, I always talk about three things. We have zero funding, we have zero employees, and we have zero authority, right? And that is to say that magic happens when the right set of people come together. We have hundreds of volunteers in 43 countries, 4 continents, what have you. Now, when we started in our early days, we had to use social media, and we had a hashtag called Bring Our Gods Home. Now, Bring Our Gods Home caught up so well because it personalized and localized the issue to people. It wasn't a geopolitical issue. It wasn't a bilateral issue that the Ministry of External Affairs was supposed to have. And I think that's how the youth and the community got involved. When we had the Asia Art Week in New York, we had a bunch of volunteers go in and run a sting operation with secret cameras. And none of it costed any money over. I mean, it just took a lot of engagement that came from the heart. When we had our silent protest in London, we had volunteers go into museums, V&A and British Museum, with shout outs, with small paper printouts of shout out like you have in comics. They would just hold it in front of a murti, which you call an idol. And they would say, "Help, I'm stolen, my people." And things like that have a very strong impact. So I think it's a I think there's a lot of engagement needed both at a community level and at an international cooperation level, because currently the lenses are so different. The gap in understanding is so huge that I think advocacy or awareness becomes a natural part of what makes you successful. I mean, that will make you go bust, or that will make you go big,
Yeah. Thank you, Anurag, Mr. Anurag. Thank you very much. Yeah, you have touched upon the very overall issue, scenario where you need community awareness from the community level up to the international level, because there are so many art markets going on around with the illicit trade of cultural objects. And thanks, Anurag, also highlighting the work of the enthusiastic volunteers, because how you can achieve also if there is an interest and the commitment from the group, and also the use of highlighting the role of connectivity, the use of social media, new technology that got the whole momentum that it got to create pressure. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Now I would just like to turn back to Mayor Chiri Babu Mahajan, just to say a few words on these final questions so that we can wrap up soon.
Thank you once again. In Nepal, there is a federal committee, federal state committee, which is called GUTI under the federal government system. They are working in preservation of the tangible and intangible heritage, but their system is very, very old system, decade-old system, and they give some compensation or some little tips, little money, just that the value of that money, say 50 years ago, was very good, but they are still unable to increase that money, that rate to suit the current market rate. So that is one of the biggest challenges the local gutis or communities or the stakeholders of tangible and intangible heritage people. So in that case, that has to be revised very soon. Otherwise, it will ruin a lot of things, number one. And then number two is, of course, in each and every community, there are gutis, community religious gutis. They are responsible. They are taking care of all those images, all those taking care of temples, tangible and intangible heritage items. But they do not have sufficient revenue. So that is the biggest problem. But however, they are doing good job by collecting some donations, etc., doing some charity jobs, charity works. They collect some money in order to facilitate all those tangible and intangible heritage, as well as security of those. And thirdly, the local community that we call guti, we call manka. Manka means it's the traditional singers, or we say they are the bhajan mandali who perform all the God's songs, who sing God's songs in front of the temples, in front of the images. So they are very much associated with the security of the temples as well as images. But of course, the police does play good role, but the state government or the metropolitan government, they are not yet capable of deputing all the security to each and every temples and images. So that is the biggest problem. But however, I being the mayor of the Lalitpur metropolitan city, we are going to undertake that job very soon. And finally, we are forming a local team in order to bring back all the stolen images of Nepal, particularly of Lalitpur metropolitan city from the world. So this I'm going to do very soon. In that case, I'm doing some of my homeworks. Most probably, I will complete that homework and then we come into a nice set. So this is what I think we have to do.
Thank you, Mayor, Mr. Cheri Babu Morrison. Very good initiatives. It's I hope that the Guti system would soon rationalize with your initiatives and support from many other government and non-governmental organizations, as of course with the local communities of Patun and other cities. So thank you very much for sharing these very good initiatives.
Nipuna, can I get 5 seconds with the Honorable Mayor?
Yeah. Okay.
You know, I think we really need to recognize people like the Honorable Mayor here who are personally taking an effort to do what is morally the right thing. So Cheri Babuji, from my side, badhai chara dhanyabad. What you are doing, ye punya ka kaam hai. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Anurag. Just before I wrap up this panel, I just want to turn back to Madam Mayor just to share some reflection or last minute comments in one or 2 minutes so that we can wrap up.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you to all the panelists. And just hearing like the range of work that needs to be done and awareness raising from the community at the community level, in the community, and with the youth, advocacy and involvement, and as was mentioned also with the multi national levels. So it's at all levels, and you know, spreading out the message and using the internet connectivity now that we are facing the pandemic. It's not easy to go out as in the past. And again, with the Honourable Mayor who shared with us the great initiatives, and just that, you know, the need for finding the champions who will take up the banner and fight the cause for illicit trafficking. So it's been great to hear all of the input from the panelists, yeah, we need to work together cross-culture, cross sectors, and in a systemic way to advance the not just the ratification of the convention, but as we heard, awareness levels and for people to engage and take on ownership. I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, dear madam. Thank you. I think with that, we have touched upon various issues and like ranges of initiatives going on around the region. A big thank you to the entire panel for valuable time and also sharing these very amazing insights. And also thank to the other participants and audience. I think we have much benefited from expertise and experiences, and we'll make sure that these would be reflected in our final report to be presented at the international conference in September. And with the final notion that I hope you will all agree, it is imperative that illegal trade in cultural objects be brought to an end. So I wish you a good day. Bye-bye, and hand over my microphone to Hanging. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Nipuna. Thank you for all the panelists and speakers of panel 5. Indeed, it's very interesting to hear the voices from the communities, from different stakeholders. Please allow me to invite all the panelists of panel 6 to get ready and turn on your video. So may I also please remind all the participants that please check your chat box. We have sent you some links for the Mentimeters, and we would like to really hear your voices and about some questions which we will present to result in the panel in the plenary session this afternoon. Before we start the panel 6, please let me gently remind our panelists that we have 45 minutes for each panel. We have a very tight schedule. I know this is very limited, but thank you for your cooperation. So let me please invite my colleague, Ms. Moe Chiba, program specialist from UNESCO Jakarta office, to take the floor. Thank you. Over to you, Moe.
Thank you very much, Hanging. So yes, we're a little bit behind the schedules, but can I still have 45 minutes for this session? Yeah. Okay, so we are now in session 6 on online market and market ethics. I believe internet has been a blessing, but also a source of all kinds of problems. On one hand, it allowed us to have the communication with the entire world as we do today. But on the other hand, it has given rise to all sort of unregulated, huge arena of unregulated transactions. Anything is being sold on the internet. Food, dresses, pet, drugs, ammunitions, and so are the arts and antiquities. Yesterday, Dr. McKenzie said art markets these days are largely online. But how well do we know about the situations? Are we equipped with sufficient knowledge to tackle this online market problems? So this morning, I'm pleased to call upon Charlotte Ruram, who is the young expert from the University of Western Australia, who produced a study for UNESCO on the situation analysis on the online market of antiquities in Southeast Asia. Charlotte, are you there? Could you please turn on your video?
I'm here, hi.
Oh, great. We also have 3 experts as our panel. Linda Cheng, the Managing Director of the University Bangkok, Ms. Kay Malilong, lawyer, and Ms. Tess Davis from the Antiquities Coalition. These ladies have been closely involved with the art market, and they will share their insight later. So without further ado, because we're pressed with time, we'd like to pass on to Charlotte's presentations. So tell us and enlighten us what you have found about the situations of the online market in Southeast Asia. Is it big?
Love to. Let me just share my screen. Can you see my slides?
Yes, I can see your slide.
Okay, amazing.
Great.
So thank you so much for being here and giving me the opportunity to share some of my recent research. Like Moy said, I was commissioned to do a survey of the online market for Southeast Asian antiquities a few months ago. And I based this study on some of the most recent research that views that looting and trafficking are being driven by demand in the art market more broadly. So the purpose of this research was to gain a better understanding of the online landscape in which Southeast Asian cultural objects are being traded in order to determine how this online market may be affecting the demand. So the first part and the biggest part of the study was surveying objects for sale on Sotheby's and Christie's, on Live Auctioneers, which is a third-party auction aggregator, and on Etsy. And I identified auctions and shops on each of these platforms that were selling objects from Southeast Asia and analyzing the listings for, I was looking for things like origin, price, the type of object, if there was any provenance information that was given. And I chose these 3 platforms because they represent different facets of the art market. So Sotheby's and Christie's, of course, is the traditional, older, more formalized, higher end of the market, of the art market. And live auctioneers is kind of a newer version of this traditional market. It's online and it's accessible at lower price points, but it's still being used by established, those smaller art businesses. And Etsy is the new player, and even a new market in itself, representing the e-commerce marketplace that was not developed for the art market, but is now a really big part of it. And importantly, is being used by individuals, not just businesses. And I had 3 major findings, and I'll have to go through them quite quickly because of the lack of time. Also, I did a very short survey of social media, where I wasn't really looking at the objects. I was looking more at the discourses that were, the things that were said about cultural objects and about collecting in general. So my first observation relates to the objects and flows. So this was mentioned by Dr. McKenzie yesterday. There's a really high volume of objects on Etsy compared to Sotheby's, Christie's, and even live auctioneers. There's also a bigger variety of types of objects, and the objects tend to be smaller and cheaper, so they're easy to ship, and they're less likely to be flagged as suspicious at customs. This also makes them really accessible for new collectors who want to get into collecting. Also, the majority of the shops that I surveyed on Etsy, so 12 out of the 19 shops that were selling Southeast Asian objects were actually based in Southeast Asia, compared to the auctions. None of the auctions that I found selling Southeast Asian objects were based in Southeast Asia. So Etsy seems to be a really important portal through which Southeast Asian objects are being exported out of the region. And I also found a few examples of Southeast Asian shops that were selling non-Southeast Asian objects, and I didn't have a chance to really go into depth about this, so I can't make any firm conclusions, but it does seem that that antiquities trafficking in Southeast Asia is also an import problem and no longer just an export problem. The second observation is that these platforms, both e-commerce and social media, are very accessible, very easy to use, and unregulated. So they're really easy to navigate as a buyer. Most are already really popular online shopping options, so you would gravitate towards them naturally as a new collector. And you could also just do a Google search and you get redirected to these platforms, for example here, Lazada and eBay. They also encourage participation as a seller because there are very few barriers to entry and you get access to millions of buyers. Most only require an email for verification, and then they help you with processing payments, with shipping, with marketing. And like I said, gives you access to millions of buyers. So it's really attractive as a seller. And most importantly, these platforms actually have very few regulations regarding what types of objects are being traded. Very few actually outright ban the sale of cultural objects. So Etsy, for example, doesn't. Lazada does, but as you can see, there are still quite a lot of objects and antiquities that are available to buy on Lazada. These platforms tend to put the responsibility on the users, so the buyers and the sellers, to know and adhere to both local and international legislation. And the last point I want to make, and this is the one that I want to spend a little bit more time on, is that the demand is not just changing because of accessible, unregulated platforms that prioritize shippable items, but also because the discourse that is emerging on these platforms around these cultural objects and around collecting as a hobby. Social media, but also the e-commerce platforms that I've been talking about, play an important role in connecting collectors to each other and to sellers, and in shaping their attitudes towards collecting cultural objects. And I think we might be underestimating just the amount of content that is produced and published online that is aimed at growing interest in collecting, especially in the COVID era when you can't travel, you can't visit museums or cultural sites. And so collecting has been presented as an alternative to these activities. And these are some examples that I've found in my survey. So there's an Instagram carousel, an interaction in a Facebook group, and on the side there is a listing for an object on Etsy that I'll give examples of like the history of the type of objects, what makes them significant, and how do you identify a good piece to collect. And we also get a lot of content like this that not only portrays collecting as sophisticated and exciting, but also actually teaches collectors how to navigate the market, so it's less intimidating and makes it even more accessible to new collectors. What I didn't find though is any content that exposes new collectors to the harm that antiquity collecting can pose to communities and to society, all the things that we've been talking about in the last 2 days. And you also don't see any content about the dangerous and illegal parts of participating in the antiquities trade. For example, the fact that it has been proven to support terrorism and violent activities. And one thing that I think is important is that though collectors are taught how to spot a good piece for their collection, like a good piece of pottery or a coin, they're not actually taught to ask about where that object came from or how it was acquired. And I say this because one of the things that I looked at was provenance information, and it's definitely not a concern on Etsy. Only 4% of the objects that I surveyed out of over 300 on Etsy had any type of provenance, and none of it is what we would consider good provenance, which isn't really surprising. But what was surprising is that I found quite a few examples, and I've put some up on this slide, of listings on Etsy that outright admit that these objects have been recently excavated, and of course don't indicate that this was a legal excavation. And they seem to have been included to prove authenticity or good condition. So for some of the examples I put here, that it's in good condition because it was found in water or because it was underground for so long. And the fact that these objects were illegally excavated, it doesn't seem to be of any concern or worry to the sellers or presumably to the buyers that are on Etsy. And this isn't the dark web. This isn't a private closed Facebook group. This is a very public platform on Etsy, and there's clearly no concern or no fear of repercussion. So everything I've been talking about is compounded by the algorithms that these platforms use, which connect users to more and more content, more and more groups and sellers, and continue to encourage interest in these objects, but also in new objects. For example, while I was doing this survey, I was only looking for groups about Southeast Asian objects and antiquities, but now Facebook is recommending that maybe I should get into antiquarian book collecting. So you get exposed to more through these algorithms. And there's been a lot of research that's been done by groups like the Attar Project and the Alliance to Counter Crime Online that has shown that these algorithms amplify criminal and violent activities and help criminals and terror groups connect directly to a global audience. So collectors who are online eventually and quite quickly and easily get introduced to these new venues for acquiring antiquities that are not legal. So by way of conclusion, I'm just going to say this, that the online market is definitely changing the nature of the demand for antiquities. It's prioritizing and emphasizing different kinds of objects, smaller, cheaper ones, easy to loot, as well as easy to ship. And it encourages more people to participate in the trade, both as a buyer and a seller. And this is creating a demand that just cannot be met by the existing supply of legitimate objects. And it's also creating a group of collectors who don't seem to be aware and don't care, or maybe cannot care because they're not aware about the dangerous, the unethical, the illegal aspects of participating in the antiquities trade. And we've talked about quite a few approaches in the last couple of days, such as inventories, monitoring, regulation, and all of this is needed and relevant for the online market with some adaptation. And raising awareness and engagement is really important too. And this is what we've been talking about today. And I think it's important also to address the collectors when we do this and to produce content on the same platforms that they use that encourages an art market literacy that's not just about understanding how to navigate the market or how to pick the perfect item. It has to include a recognition of the harm that collecting does. And one way we could do this, I think, is by promoting a better understanding of provenance and its benefit. And this is important to encourage collectors to demand transparency from their dealers and from the art market more generally. And eventually, in the long run, because this is a long game, this would decrease the demand for illicit material. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. you've not only done in 10 minutes, but the content was wonderful, and I fully appreciate the amount of work you have actually done to produce that study for UNESCO. Now, listening to your presentation, we feel that internet has definitely democratized the sales of antiquities, right? Easy access made it possible for anybody, any aunties and kids and anybody to purchase a piece of antiquities out of curiosity and maybe very naively without realizing the potential harm that we might be making. Now, I think that's a good entry point to ask questions to our panelists. Maybe shall I turn first to Linda from the River City, your auction house. So you are dealing with the art collectors on a daily basis. What is your your experience and the main challenge of engaging with art collectors? What do you think is their level of sensitivity in terms of the origins of the objects? And we also want to hear what you do in terms of sensitizing them.
Right. Thank you for including me on this panel. And I think as an auction house, of course, we try to do our good practices. And for our center, actually, we have to apply for a renewal of licenses to the Fine Arts Department under the Ministry of Culture every year, and also under the Provincial Administration Office in Thailand, here in Bangkok. We also have to apply. And every single auction, we have to send our catalog to them. And so, can you hear me?
Yes, your voice is a bit breaking here and there, but yeah. But we could hear that you asked the collectioners, art collectors, to renew license every year, sorry.
Every year, and each auction catalog has to be sent. Can I just turn off my studio, my video?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So it is. So every single item, it is being viewed by the Fine Arts Department as well as the Provincial Administration Office. Having said that, I do not think that is enough. Of course, we also have agreements with all the vendors when they bring in their things that they have to sign and say that they're not these are not illegal, or but what I have been trying to do is to raise awareness. I think that all stakeholders and all parties involved have to do our part, and I think a lot of collectors, like you've said, are probably innocent, especially those new collectors who want to come in and understand. That's why we were very happy when UNESCO, in Bangkok office approached us to do this forum for the collectors back in 2019. And I do think these kind of forums should be continued, or, we should do more of it to raise awareness and educate the collectors, so that when they know, what they should and should not collect, and then it would be good. And also, we have been moving towards a lot of contemporary arts, simply because the young collectors prefer that. This is what the center has been developing and transforming in the past almost 5 years. Yes, so then it's sort of different, when you're dealing with contemporary art. It is, of course, very different from the antiques. And River City has been mostly about antiques. The antiquities that's really, really old. Our auction house, we just don't have those. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Linda. It's interesting to hear, because due diligence, of course, is necessary, like renewing the license, sending the catalog to the government departments, but you said it's not enough. And we took your message that the more focus, more effort should be done to sensitize not only the sellers, but the collectors. And by sensitizing the collectors, maybe we will kind of discourage the illegal market. Thank you very much for that insight. Now, I want to turn to Kay. Kay Malilong, you are a lawyer and who's been closely involved with the government of the Philippines for the protection of the heritage. Now, what do you think is effectiveness of the law, especially in your country, to counter the illicit trafficking, and also perhaps this kind of online market, online entities is already fighting against illicit trafficking as such is difficult. Now, the one taking place in online seems to be even more difficult because everybody is struggling to control all sort of market, not only antiquities. Now, what is your insight, on this matter?
Well,
Lori, yours. Okay.
Yeah, all the discussions the past 2 days have really shown how difficult it is to regulate the traffic of cultural goods. And like any regulatory power that a government needs to enforce, there needs to be a mix of maybe the carrot and the stick. Like, how do we encourage people to follow the law, and then is it really possible to regulate across borders? So we've seen from the examples earlier that they're in platforms like Etsy, and it's very easy to smuggle things out of a country because they can just say it's a craft or it's not real, like nobody will know. My experience in the Philippines is that, well, the art market, well, there's no data about the art market. So there are things like Shopee and Lazada where people can buy and sell anything, and the platforms just for getting things delivered and getting the seller paid. And I've seen all sorts of weird things as well. Like, it can be described this way, like they'll just say it's a replica of, but then what if it's not? And nobody's really monitoring those things. But then the earlier panel also had me thinking about cultural goods and the way they're marketed. They can be just displays. So here, a lot of the cultural goods here are actually grave goods from pre-colonial Philippines. So which includes Chinese jars, Vietnamese, even Japanese pottery that were already being traded before the Philippines was colonized. So nobody would know that those are actually archaeological objects if you just look at the thing itself without looking at the provenance. And we've had an anti-pot hunting law since the 1960s. We've had a cultural registry or inventory law from the 1960s, but that hasn't really been in place. So I would say that it's necessary to actually have people who can implement a law. It's not enough to just have the laws. So even the idea of what cultural goods should be protected is also contested. So in a place as diverse as the Philippines, which has over 180 languages, there have been contestations. So we have indigenous peoples, for example, demanding the return of goods taken by government museums and saying that those belong to the community. So maybe even internal repatriation is an issue. So, well, then there's governance at the local or at the national level. So things like that. And then when it comes to enforcement, they talked earlier about the police or the Bureau of Customs to guard your borders. We don't have like an art police or a heritage police like other countries have. So we're already thinking, even if the laws are there, how do you implement that? So about your question about how's it being implemented, with much difficulty, it would probably be fair to say maybe 1%. If I've had funny stories where they run to the policeman and say, let's help, and the policeman would refuse because he's not even sure if it's a crime. So yeah, so I guess it's that awareness raising and capacity building at different parts of government needs to be done. And also the awareness at the level of community, saying that those are important things that you should take care of for the community and you shouldn't be selling those things. That also needs to happen. So yeah, I guess that would be like the Philippine experience.
Right, thank you, Kay. I fully hear you, because in many countries we have good laws and regulation looks perfect on the internet when you read those documents, but often the countries are deprived of the competent human resources to actually understand and implement these regulations. But as UNESCO, we also have additional challenge when we talk about capacity building. You wonder who are we going to train? Because if we train the government officials, we know that they're going to be transferred after 1 or 2 years. So whatever investment we make will never stay. And we have to keep this unfruitful kind of effort or training these rotating people. So sometimes I wonder, what is your advice? What are the type of human resources we should aim at, investing in terms of training in the first place? Do you think we should still aim at training the government officials, or maybe we should aim at training the NGOs or the individuals like that of Mr. Saxena, for instance, who will be there forever? They would not rotate every 2 years.
I'd go for train the children and then teach it in school, because sometimes I think it's too late for the adults. It's so hard. There are so many things to take care of. But if you start with the children and you tell them these are the things that are important and that you should have, so that when you grow up, you can still be surrounded by these things, then it's that. They've started incorporating heritage in basic education. And then, of course, there's the local government units. Like our law, for example, says that if you find archaeological things where you are, you're supposed to guard them and then ask the National Museum to go and check. But we know that the number of people who can go and check is very low, and we have 7,600 islands. And the other thing is our laws also allow legal treasure hunting. So I really don't know where the line is drawn. When is it treasure hunting and when is it an archaeological dig? Because archaeological digs require a government archaeologist to be there and supervise. So treasure hunters just pay and then they can go, and they're required to report, but I doubt if they do. So there's that. So I think maybe it's a governance issue, but I think, I just trust in the children and the youth. I'm not so sure. If
Yes, and I have to confess off the record, my childhood, I wanted to be a treasure hunter, but now I'm part of UNESCO, so I can't say that, and I'm not doing the treasure hunting.
Come to the Philippines, it's legal.
Okay, I'll go to Philippines. Thank you. Okay, Tess, thank you for your patience, and thank you for joining us from United States. What time is it there?
It is, let's say, 11:47 here in New Orleans,
Oh my God.
Louisiana.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us, because we're really eager to hear you. So Tess, you are the executive director of the Art Coalition, Antiquity Coalition, sorry, and you are also the attorney. Could you enlighten us about any good practices, in engaging with the art market and installing the ethical behaviors?
Well, first, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Antiquities Coalition, and please allow us to congratulate UNESCO on the 1970 Convention's 50th anniversary. It's a huge success. Yet, as we've just heard from Ms. Lurman tonight or this morning, depending on where you are, despite this groundbreaking treaty's many successes, looting and trafficking is continued to threaten cultural heritage, while also funding crime, conflict, and terrorism. It's in many ways easier than ever to hawk stolen artifacts due to technological advances like global express shipping, instantaneous money transfers, and social media. Indeed, through Twitter, we were contacted by an antiquities trafficker in the Middle East today offering to sell us material. And while no corner of the world is spared by this crime, as we've seen from recent US law enforcement investigations and prosecutions, not just the Kapoor case, but especially the Kapoor case, Asia and the Pacific are under particular attack. But thankfully, of course, as this event demonstrates, and the high-profile attendees who are here, governments throughout the region are increasingly treating this not as a white-collar and victimless crime, but as the threat that it is to human rights, to national economies, to global security, and also to responsible collectors, dealers, galleries, auction houses, and museums. The Asia-Pacific art market, it includes the world's second largest and fastest growing market, China, and it thus has an unparalleled opportunity really to set the global ethical standard for the 21st century. There's no need to limit guidelines to those that were created for Western fine art 50 or even 20 years ago. And the region is in a unique position to really reach beyond the art world to the wider private sector, to appraisers, to conservators, shippers, free ports, attorneys, and of course, the tech industry, which as tonight's presentation shows is so important in developing cross-sector and international best practices. Of course, it's crucial that the region's governments join and fully implement the convention, because holdouts aren't just risking our cultural heritage, they're also risking national economies becoming criminal safe havens and undermining the global reputation of the vast majority of responsible art market actors in those jurisdictions. But as an example of positive dialogue with the art market, there are so many from the region, but two come to mind that I'll mention just briefly, both from Cambodia. One, a past auction by Christie's in Phnom Penh that showcased contemporary pieces and donated proceeds to local arts organizations. So instead of further encouraging a market for looted antiquities, it encouraged a new generation of Cambodian artists. And obviously, Christie's is not a charity, but while it may not have financially profited from that sale, it did position itself well to become a leading seller of modern Khmer art. And that's a market, as many on today's event know much better than I, is exploding internationally due to the great talent of the country's artists. So good ethics can be good for business. And second, many joining us today will also remember, because they played a leading role in this, when the Kingdom's Ministry of Culture and Fine Arts repatriated a statue fragment to the Cleveland Museum of Art in Ohio. You heard me right. Cleveland had first sent the piece, which was a larger-than-life hand, to Cambodia, believing it was part of a statue that was then being restored by the National Museum in Phnom Penh. But subsequent analysis showed it was actually part of another statue still in Cleveland, and the National Museum sent that hand back to Cleveland to make the statue whole and to share this great work of Khmer art with the American people. And I think that that generosity demonstrates that Western museums should not be viewing repatriation as an obstacle. It's really an opportunity to build bridges and to right past wrongs that may benefit them in the future as well.
Wow, thank you very much for that interesting examples. And Tess, sorry, can I ask you one more question, since you are particularly knowledgeable on the topic of art market? You told us that the laws regarding the art market has been changing worldwide these days. So what are those changes, and what could be the potential impact, implication to the Asian Pacific art market? Could you enlighten us on this?
Yeah. Well, first of all, let me say there is a need to strengthen the legal framework around the world, and the United States is certainly no exception. Most of our laws in this area date from 40, 50 years ago. But in the last half century, as so much of the legal framework, national and international alike, has developed, as we've been hearing, there has been a sea change in tools and capacity, both to fight the illicit trade, but also developments that have made the art market more vulnerable to trafficking, to fraud, forgery, tax evasion, money laundering, sanctions violations, and even terrorist financing. The 1970 convention is to be credited and commended for changing the global conversation, but criminals have adapted over the last 50 years, and it's critical that the law do the same. First, in far too many jurisdictions, the art market has a continuing exemption from what are now standard anti-money laundering laws and regulations. This is starting to change, and it's a big sea change that's slowly going around the world. But it's important that this continue, because these loopholes are giving criminals back doors into national economies. And they're why the art market is frequently, and in my opinion correctly, referred to as the largest unregulated market in the world. And this doesn't just put global security at risk or national economies at risk. Again, it threatens the vast majority of legitimate collectors, dealers, galleries, auction houses, etc., because it gives criminals an advantage when everyone is playing by separate rules. there are also a lot of legal tools that aren't being used to their full advantage. For example, despite Washington's regretful absence from UNESCO, the American legislation that implements the 1970 convention provides a powerful but still underutilized tool to close US borders, our borders, to looted artifacts from the Asia Pacific and around the world. And this is a bilateral agreement that restricts the import of antiquities and other cultural property absent proof of legal export, while seeking to increase responsible forms of cultural exchange. So to date, the United States has signed such agreements with Cambodia and China, but more are desperately needed. I mean, if you look at a map of where we have these agreements, we have a large number throughout the North Africa and Middle East, a large number in Latin America, but still very, very few in Asia. And it's critical that that change, because the US still remains the largest art market in the world for material both licit and unfortunately illicit. So by shutting down the American market to looted antiquities while allowing a legal trade to continue, you can really make a global impact.
Now the discussion is getting interesting, but at the same time, I'm reminded about the time limit. So I just take advantage of 5 minutes that is left with us to ask everybody one same question. If you have a chance to work with UNESCO, what would you like to do in your fight against illicit trafficking? Because there are so many things we have to do. We just talk about all the challenges, but we can't tackle everything at the same time. So if you have a chance to work with UNESCO or with my office in Jakarta, for instance, where would you like to begin with? Could you give a suggestion? And that will be reflected in our next year's work plan. Okay, who would like to go first? Maybe Charlotte.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, call back to my presentation. And I think one thing that can be done immediately is to start this public campaign that would encourage collectors to demand transparency and to get them to recognize the harm that collecting does. I think that's something that can be done immediately and wouldn't require too much effort.
Right, but when we say public, of course, public is huge. Which public do you think you would target in priority?
Targeting collectors. So producing content on the same platforms that the collectors use, on social media, on Etsy, on all of these platforms where you can buy antiquities online. Just something that would counter the current message and the current teaching that antiquities trafficking isn't harmful.
Yes, I remember one of your recommendations in your study is that we should engage with all this online platform like Etsy, Lazada, and yes, reinforce information about illegal nature of the antiquities trafficking, make it visible, not in the tiny letters of the terms and conditions and of those online markets.
Yeah. Engaging with those platforms directly would be a great help.
That sounds like doable. I hope my colleagues in the headquarters in Bangkok are listening. Okay, who wants to go next? Linda, do you have any suggestions and ideas for the action plan?
Yes, very quickly. I really like what Ted said about, really there are two groups. I mean, they are criminals that really should be stopped. But then do not forget, there's also the legitimate side of things that they, they should be able to trade, so they should not be grouped into one big group that's like criminal. So I think education is most important. I really appreciate about the UNESCO talk that we work together about for the Collectors Forum. I think we should continue to do that education. And I really like what Kay said, to start with youngsters, because I do see a lot of young people coming into our center because they come for the contemporary art. So at the same time, we can give that sort of awareness, and that could help everybody, from all directions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, I agree. The Art Collectors Forum that UNESCO organized, Bangkok organized a couple of years ago, was an excellent initiative. But I guess we should continue. It cannot be just like once in a while kind of event, but it's ongoing effort. Kay.
I'd agree with Charlotte and Linda about the need for awareness and really requiring those platforms. Maybe it would not be enough to just ask them, make it hurt, because they make money selling off these things. So there has to be some form of regulation to make it their duty not to sell and to pay if they're selling illegal things that they should not be selling. There's a need to strengthen inter-country, I guess, law enforcement mechanisms to prevent the traffic, although I know it's very difficult, and I know that there are existing efforts. What I noticed though is that one meeting with two people from a government agency attending seems to be where it stops. So I don't know if there are any plans for true capacity building where they, I don't know, like a mentoring thing where they actually stay and then come back and train more people, because that work of regulators and law enforcement agents cannot be done in a 1 week's time. So I'd want UNESCO to study. So what are the competencies needed to actually get these people who are in charge of enforcing the law to know how to enforce the law? And I'm not sure if there's like an easy answer to that, or should we even bother recruiting people without any art or anthropology background, or things like that, basic competencies. So that one, to study what's needed in terms of training so that they can actually do a good job.
Right, thank you very much. I hear you, and we are fully conscious that we do a lot of training workshop, but it often ends up to be like a one-off, 1 week training, as you say, which doesn't have very long-term impacts. So we have to think more about mentoring, long-term mentoring, than just giving them a scattered series of short-term workshops. Yes, and Tess, last but not the least.
Well, first of all, I would say to continue the great work that UNESCO has done with ASEAN and amplify it further. As many joining the event today know, the G20 this year has put the illicit trade in cultural property on its agenda for its summit. In the fall, there will also be a cultural ministerial later this summer. And events like that are crucial, not just because of the events, but because this, as everyone well knows, is not a problem that can be defeated by any one government, and it can't be defeated by any one agency or ministry within a country. It involves every ministry. It involves not just culture, but interior, defense, justice, foreign affairs, and yet the issue is often siloed. So that conversation, I think, can be very important, and we've seen it lead to great successes in other parts of the world, again, particularly the Middle East and North Africa, where the Arab League has been taking up this issue. Also, to build on Ms. Esberto's earlier comments about the lack of reliable data. This is a huge bar that we face as an advocacy organization when going into government offices, that we don't have statistics on how big the problem is.
Exactly.
So by encouraging governments throughout the region to report to Interpol's Stolen Works of Art database, to report to the World Customs Organization on seizures, and to track funds that are generated from seizures and criminal penalties, to show the scale of this crime is something that could help impact the situation truly around the world, because that's often the first question we're asked when we're meeting with a policymaker.
Okay, thanks, Tess. Okay, thank you, everybody. Yes, I hear a lot of good recommendations. My sense is that although we have to do sensitization and training at every level, maybe our immediate target would be the collector's side rather than seller's side, because the selling, of course, is also related to the poverty. Some people are compelled to sell to make money. That was being raised in the other panel discussions. So one perhaps first step could be to start working on the collector's side. But we, and I agree with all of you, we have to continue, this is a continuous effort. We have to keep working at every level and find the means to do it on a regular basis. Okay, I hate, but I have to conclude this session, because otherwise, yes, I see that Hangin has turned on her video to remind me that we should close. So we wish to give a big applause to all these competent experts who enlightened us in the panel 6. And just to say that this is just the beginning of the discussions. I personally will continue dialogue with each of you beyond this session, and I encourage everybody in this meeting to be in personal touch with each of them to start thinking about possible collaborations between your institutions. And for your information, Charlotte's studies been shared. I think the executive summary was shared in the chat box. If you want to read full version, and with permission to Charlotte, please contact UNESCO Jakarta, and we'll be, of course, be happy to share the full paper that gives you a lot of interesting information about online market. So thank you very much, Hanging. I turn back the mic to you.
Thank you, Moe. Thank you for this all very wonderful. We have a female group, panel group here, and thank you very much. So now we're moving to the last panel of this conference, panel 7, the role of cultural institutions and museums in fighting against the illicit trafficking of cultural property. Please allow me to invite my colleague, Ms. Agu Kalafowa from UNESCO Admiralty Office to moderate the session. And let me invite all the panelists and the speakers to please turn on your video and stand by. And let me also invite all the participants to check your chat box. We have sent you the Mentimeter survey questions, because this conference is not just serve as a panel discussion to share our views. Also, we want to serve it as a consultation. We want to hear from the member states or from all the different stakeholders for your comments and valuable input. So please submit your answers in the Mentimeter questions. Thank you. So over to you, Agu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Is it fine?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Dear colleagues from field offices, dear distinguished experts, greetings from Almaty and greetings at our final 7th panel session. And just this session is devoted to the role of cultural institutions and museums in fighting illicit trafficking on cultural property. And as it is the final session, and I think it is very well echoed and resonates with the previous one. It is just a logical continuation of the previous panel number 6. And of course, some issues could be solved with, for, and by museums and museum staff. And I think that it is very well was displayed and revealed in the morning presentation that did Han for us, and just it is wonderful. I mean, the results of the yesterday online session. So in this panel, our guest speaker is Miss Sophie Delapierre, and she is the head of Heritage Protection Department at the International Council of Museums, ICOM, in Paris. And she leads operational programs, trainings, and awareness-raising activities related to the protection of cultural heritage from the museum's perspective. And in particular, she manages the development of ICOM Red List, as well as the International Observatory on Illicit Traffic in Cultural Goods. Also, today we are glad to see and listen to our distinguished panelists, Ms. Jiao Lidan. Sorry for my mispronunciation. I hope you forgive me. She is Deputy Director, Division of Museums, Department of Museums and Private Collections, National Cultural Heritage Administration from China. Also today with us, Ms. Nusi Lisabila, Estudiantin, Indonesia National Museum. Also, we have our colleague expert from Mongolia, Mr. Tsenbilek Maksarjav, Cultural Heritage Specialist, National Center for Cultural Heritage. And also today with us, Dr. Jack Senta-Lee, who is expert member, International Scientific Committee on Legal, Administrative, and Financial Issues. He represents also International Council on Monuments and Sites, ICOMOS, in Singapore, as well as a president of Singapore Heritage Society. And also we are glad to see with us Mr. Richard Shing, director from the Vanuatu Cultural Center. And just actually our panel today is gender responsive. I think we have males and females in the panelists as panelists. So probably first of all, I would give a floor to Sophie, and then I will put 3 questions to our panelists for further discussion. Is it fine with you if we go like this?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Dear Sophie, I would like to invite you and to give a floor to you.
Thank you very much, Aigul. Do you hear me well? Yes?
Yes,
excellent.
Yes, Sophie, thanks.
Can I ask you, the organizer, to put the PowerPoint online on screen? Thank you very much. So first of all, of course, thank you very much, UNESCO Bangkok, for the kind invitation and the opportunity to give the floor to the International Council of Museums to participate in this very important meeting at regional level. For us, for example, such presentation by countries is extremely valuable information that we really appreciate. Of course, and unfortunately, we have to meet virtually due, of course, to the pandemic. Previously, I have the opportunity to meet some of you in Bangkok, and I think it was a beautiful occasion to speak face to face, but this time, due to COVID, we have to do it virtually. Speaking about COVID, next slide, please. Of course, the COVID has an impact like on every other cultural institution. The COVID impacted the museum world and ICOM activities, of course. Some studies have been made on the impact of the pandemic. ICOM made 2 studies, and UNESCO also made studies. And when we put the result of the studies together, we can see some clear conclusion. And for example, that up to 94% of museums in the world were closed due to the pandemic. And with up to 84% of museum professionals working from home, the vast majority of museums worldwide have had to maintain and sometimes even increase their security to protect their collection. And it's only, of course, I will focus only on this conclusion regarding security, but if you read the report, you will have the conclusion for all the museum world, but today I will focus on this conclusion. Next slide, please. So regarding when we, sorry, I hear somebody else. Regarding the security in particular, and following some theft that were in the newspaper, with Interpol, we decided to prepare and publish some recommendations regarding the protection of museum, but not only museum, also I would say cultural institution in general, because really often we have places where museum and archives and libraries are at the same place. So it was for us more useful to give recommendation regarding security for all such cultural institutions. And as we had to speak to a big variety of museums, sometimes without resources, of course, we gave advice regarding CCTV or guards, but also other recommendation really more easy to implement when you don't have much resources. So for us, it was important to be able to speak to a variety of range of museums. So with this, I would like also to highlight that because we spoke a little bit about that earlier, I would like to highlight the excellent collaboration that ICOM has with the International Council of Archives, ICA, and the International Federation of Library Association, IFLA, and also with ICOMOS, and because the four of us, we are part of the Blue Shield, and it's in such situation of emergency that we believe that we put together the expertise of each our specialty, that we are the strongest. So that was important also for me to recall that now. Next slide, please. As I was just mentioning, and I just put two here on the screen, two examples in the, of course, Asia Pacific region of theft inside the museum. That's not due to the pandemic, that was there before, but of course the pandemic reinforce and make it more complicated to check the museum. But it's not because I put two such of example on the screen that I would say that it's only in Asia. I can tell you that everywhere in the world, museums are at risk, and I could also give you example in the Netherlands or in the UK. So just to show you that museums, I will show you different faces, profile of museum, and here I would highlight the fact that museums are also vulnerable, and it's the case everywhere. Next slide, please. When theft happened, the more important thing, and we heard about it yesterday from Professor Gala, we heard it from Corrado Catesi from Interpol, that where theft happened, the most important things is that documentation and inventories exist, and generally it can be a problem. So that's why ICOM has a role to bring some tools to help museum for such preparation of inventory. It's one of our main line of speech is the need for inventories everywhere in the world, and we do training for that, and we do awareness raising for that. Object ID is one of our tools, but we have an international committee on documentation named CDOC, who gives to the ICOM network a very big range of tools. I have to say that securization and safeguarding and digitization and documentation are also, of course, preventive action that are so important to fight the illicit traffic of cultural property. And we are regularly raising funds and for training professionals and for giving resources to museums to develop such inventories. Next slide, please. So museum can be, of course, place of theft, but also the museum community can bring its expertise to the level of law enforcement agencies to help them to fight the traffic with other tools because of its expertise. And that's why ICOM, since many years now, is publishing red list on countries or regions that are particularly vulnerable and that this could see their own heritage being illegally exported and sold. We spoke a few minutes about online sale, which is also a problem. Such tool as the red list can be of help for collectors, for public, not only for police and customs, to identify objects at risk. And here on the screen are obviously give visibility to the Afghanistan red list, to the Cambodian red list, and the Chinese red list, published in 2006, 9, and 10. Please, next slide. Here, just an example of what I say in the Netherlands is very recently that a restitution have been taken place between the Netherlands and Iraq. And we can see from the press release from the ministry that during the investigation, an expert from a Dutch National Museum was requested during the investigation, and also in the press release, they also mentioned that they used the red list. That's, for me, a perfect best practice to show that the museum community can also be of help and is regularly requested to help police or customs during the investigation to authenticate generally the objects and to give opinion. And for us, such behavior must be really congratulated and encouraged, I would say. Next slide, please. Another face of the museum, if I can say like that, is, and we spoke about it also, it's awareness raising. And here is a very recently example that I went to 2 weeks ago to the Louvre, because in the Louvre, they organized a little exhibition, temporary exhibition, showing some pieces that have been seized by the French customs. And during the judicial process, they gave authorization to the Louvre to show the pieces. And to show the pieces, you can see with stickers on them from the investigation. This exhibition is organized to attract the attention of visitors. And we were speaking also about the youth a few minutes ago, but that's also an example. It's showing all the visitors that are walking to the Louvre to see the beautiful pieces of the Louvre that can attract attention, can be attracted to see an example of what also can be done to the cultural heritage, you know, the bad side of the circulation. For us, we are always encouraging circulation of objects to make people of the world know about our wonderful heritage. But also there are bad circulation and illicitly exported pieces. And we want also that a museum is able to say, see, such behavior should be condemned. And we show also this side. And I think it's really a good best practice that deserves to have visibility. Next slide, please. Sorry to be quick, but I know they have 10 minutes and I would like to respect the time. Another tool that I just wanted to highlight is the observatory, because again, a few minutes ago, we spoke about the difficulty to have data on the illicit traffic. Of course, this online tool, which is free, which is easily accessible, the database is really easy to use. Of course, it's not exhaustive. I would never say that, but there are thousands of resources regarding illicit traffic that can be used by any potential user. And I think such tool that the museum community prepare and share is show perfectly the engagement of the museum regarding the need for awareness raising, the need for sharing information, and the need to say at the international level that such illicit traffic should be really stopped, or at least we should give a clear break to such traffic that we clearly condemn. Next slide, please. So on the other, yes, I forgot this one. We also use social media to raise awareness, to raise information about restitution, about best practices. And here again, I screenshot some of a recent publication we made about restitution, about national initiative that we want to underline, that we want to encourage. So that was an example. Next slide, please. We'll take another turn of museum. I spoke about victim of theft. I spoke about place for awareness. I spoke about the expertise. Now I would like also to have also a view from the internal side. That's what museum people are doing for museum people. And I would say that the fact that the museum people think and brainstorm since the 70s about how to acquire, how to act in respect of the acquisition of a proper acquisition regarding objects is for me the proof that since this creation, ICOM continue to push such a dialogue within their organization regarding acquisition. So I would like to show you that with some archives that there is a progress in the ethics, and that this question of provenance is continuingly discussed inside the organization. Next slide, please. I would just also give I can show you some screenshots from inside the book that I will not detail here, but I would like just to highlight, subject like provenance, like due diligence, like valid title during acquisition. I could also show you the screen when to say regarding the return, we should enter to a dialogue, and such kind of thing that ICOM is clearly encouraging at the highest level. Next slide, please. Such concept that as due diligence that were also discussed yesterday with UNIDROIT speaker. And then I will finish regarding ICOM itself and the fact that today we are also here to speak about the ratification and the implementation. We remember yesterday Etienne Clément, who spoke about not only the ratification, which is of course really important, but also the implementation of the convention. And of course, ICOM has always been and will always be advocate to encourage the ratification of the 1970 convention, the UNIDROIT 1995 convention, and we really encourage the mobilization of museums to this aim. I just wanted to finish saying that ICOM is an international organization of museum professionals. We are an NGO. We spoke in the previous, in the two panels before, the importance of NGOs. Here we are also in the field, and with more than with nearly 50,000 members in the world who choose to join ICOM, who embrace the concept of the code of ethics, who help us to construct and develop tools. We think that we are also, with all the other, playing a role in this on this topic, and we also are present through our national committees that are really for us so important challenge of communication. I wanted to raise that in Asia Pacific, we can rely on 22 national committees. Also, and just for information, that our vice president is from China, and we have also a member of the board from Australia and the Republic of Iran in the board. So for us, such participation from the Asia Pacific region is important, and we need to continue to improve and to have more national committees, to have more members, to make sure that our tools are really shared, and that we can continue our training program that I don't have today the time to develop, but we are doing, especially on disaster risk management in your region, in particular with ICROM. So here I wanted to stop because I know that we have very valuable speakers after, and I would like to also to listen to them. The next slide is the thank you slide with contacts, and if I was too quick on information, really do not hesitate to write to us. It will be a pleasure to continue the discussion, even virtually, by email. And once again, thank you, UNESCO, for such event. Thank you very much.
Dear Sophie, thank you very much for your presentation, for your encouragement. And really, we need for physical and digital inventories and documentation. And just many experts yesterday raised this issue as well. It is really important for all our countries all over the world. And also, I completely agree with you that museum staff could be a great help to all relevant state bodies, to us, to UNESCO, to ICOM, to promote, to do awareness raising, and also to work and to implement the convention. And also, indeed, I fully 100% agree with you that museums are the best places for awareness raising. And it is important, just it is more and more clear for all of us, and it should be clear for museum staff that this is additional task, additional work, but it is worth work to work for awareness raising. It's great resources from ICOM. Do you hear me? Because time to time my internet connection is unstable. So we field offices and experts should bring to the attention to our partners in our countries these wonderful resources from ICOM and of course from UNESCO. And for example, we here in Almaty office working on that, and unfortunately, many museums, many ministerial staff in Central Asia, they do not know about such wonderful resources, helpful and useful resources. And this is our task, just to work and to bring to the attention. And we at our office put much efforts to contribute to awareness raising on this issue. Thank you very much, Sophie. And I would like to give floor to our panelists, Mrs. Zhao, Mrs. Nusi, Mr. Tsensen-Bilek, Dr. Jack Tsenta, and Mr. Richard. And I would like to put forward and to ask 3 questions to all of you, and just then you will interfere and provide your inputs, your thoughts. First of all, what are the most important needs for museum personnel to participate effectively in the protection of cultural objects against theft and trafficking? The second question, what kind of cooperation museums and other cultural institutions have with police and customs with regards to cultural objects? And this question, of course, you could enlighten from your perspective, from your experience, from your organizations, or from your country. And the last question, is the ICOM Code of Professional Ethics well known in your countries, and how are they being implemented in the museums in the region? If you know, just please also, could you kindly share about your thoughts about this experience? Thank you. So, Mrs. Zhao, are you here? Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
So, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everybody. It's my great honor to have this opportunity to participate in this conference organized by UNESCO to exchange and share relevant experience in China. At first, I want to introduce the Chinese Museum briefly. The Chinese Museum total number nationwide is 5,788. Last year, we were able to reopen our museums, has exhibitions and education programs, ever with the faction of COVID-19. The exhibitions that we had last year were about 29,000, and the education program reached to 220,000 in 2020, and we received the total number of the museum nationwide is 540 million visitors. And now back to the question 1. In my opinion, basing on the shared understanding internationally, the first need should be the legislation and the framework of relevant international conventions, nation laws and regulations, and cultural policies should be further improved and specified in order to provide legal basis and framework for museum personnel to be engaged in this work. The second need will be from the aspect of ethics. A more reasonable system should be built in order to carry out justice and objective participation in compliance with ethics for museums. Thirdly, it will be about the technology need. Preventing theft and fighting against illicit trafficking involve multiple disciplines requiring not only identification capacity, but also interdisciplinary talent and the key technology for the whole chain. In response to highly organized, intelligent, and globalized crime against cultural property, museum personnel need necessary technical training. In terms of Chinese practice, the National Cultural Heritage Administration of China, NCHA, has used vigorous efforts to facilitate museum personnel's participation in preventing theft and fight against illicit trafficking with focus on following areas. First, implementing international conventions pursuant to principle of relevant international laws and treaties. NCHA has signed bilateral agreement almost with 23 countries, such as Peru, India, Italy, the Philippines, Green, Chile, USA, Australia, Turkey, Mongolia, Mexico, and Egypt, and so on. NCHA has also developed a series of information sharing mechanisms, in particular the National Information Platform for Stolen Lost Chinese Cultural Objects and the database of lost foreign cultural objects, communicating update information of stolen objects to domestic law enforcement, strengthening regulation of stolen objects worldwide, and announcing the rest list of Chinese cultural objects at risk globally in order to offer risk warnings to foreign law enforcement, museums, and collectors. For example, a Chinese museum announced two stolen objects from its collection. Through this mechanism, working together with the police department, the museum finally got the object back. Second, improving collection policies. In the Chapter 2 of the ICAM Code of Professional Ethics is strictly followed. That is, museums should be cautious about the provenance of their collections and shall not acquire or collect cultural objects with unidentified provenance or from illegal sources. To this aim, NCHA has issued the administrative measures for museum collection management and rules for museum collection acquisition, demanding museums to investigate the source of collections in order to put an end to the possibility for collecting illegal objects from the very beginning. Meanwhile, museums are also required to build their own inventory and strictly implement the accession, attribution, registration, cataloging, and documentation to have a clear vision of the entire collection. Third, strengthening technical support. In 1998, the Palace Museum became the first one in the country to install the security and alarming system. Following that, NCHA had guided museums nationwide to apply modern and high-tech security technology and equipment for the safety of cultural property. In particular, these museums classified as top risk one. Recently, 9 ministries and commissions, including NCHA, had joined announced the guiding opinion on promoting museum reform and development, in which it is proposed to facilitate dissemination and application of electronic science for collection during the 14th five-year plan period, in order to strengthen tracking and monitoring of cultural objects. And that's about the question one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive information. I would like to give a floor to Ms. Nusi from Indonesia. And also, dear distinguished panelists and experts, could you just keep our time frame? Thank you very much for your understanding. Ms. Nusi?
Yes. Good day. Yeah.
Yeah. So 3 questions, just what would you inform us about these issues?
Okay. I will try to answer your question. Good day, everybody. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Talking about the role of cultural institution and museum in fighting illicit trafficking of cultural property, government in fighting drugs. Or Indonesia has also become one of the targets of trades of cultural property, both the archaeological remains and also ethnographic objects. Since the Raffles looted the Jogja Palace, part of the Indonesian region, and brought thousands valuable collection in 1812, it seems to be the momentum to start Indonesia, to start sending Indonesian cultural objects to other countries. Because the Dutch, who controlled Indonesia since 17th centuries, issued a policy of prohibiting the export of goods except for commodities goods such as spices. However, since Raffles' reign ended and the Dutch occupied Indonesia, colonial government began to export cultural property to Netherlands as a request of the King William I around 1819. Since then, the export of cultural property has become increasingly widespread, and the illicit in the cultural property cannot be avoided again, even until now. As my colleague, Mr. Abikus knows yesterday, that the Buddhist statues, Hindu statues, illegal traders, like our experience from Indonesian National Museum, which is in 2019, managed to buy the 6 ancestor statues from the Bada Valley in the Central Sulawesi. These statues in this area have long been the target of the thieves, also the illegal traders, because of their uniqueness and distinctiveness. However, we could not save all these cultural properties. Several cases of manuscript in Aceh and South Sulawesi, we often lost out quickly to buyers from Malaysia or from Brunei because they could pay in cash. While we are in a government museum, we must be through various processes to take time to get the budget. There are interesting things that we need the attention, like the Charlotte presentation just now, how the trade in cultural property is now increasingly free to move through online trade. I'm an Instagram user. I currently have around 1,150 followers, and almost 30% are antique dealers. You can imagine how crowded the illegal export of cultural property that are invisible or even legal are usually disguised as souvenirs or a fake object. The government of Indonesia, through the Ministry of Education, Culture and Research and Technology, has established a Directorate of Cultural Protection, which has the safeguarding, protecting, and securing Indonesian cultural property. The government also issued the law number 11, the year of 2010, concerning the cultural heritage, which provides quite strict action for thieves and illegal trades in cultural property. Museums are also trying to bring the illegal trade of cultural property to other countries by immediately buying the cultural property if we have the money, if we have the budget. But we also campaigns to the public about the awareness to preserve and protect our cultural property through the seminars, workshop, and other activities. Another way we are doing now, making a semi-documentary film about story of some local people who found cultural object by accident in 1979 and 1990, then hand it over to the state, and now become the collection of Indonesian National Museum. This film carries the message that that to protect our cultural property is not only the task of the government. The community also responsible for their national identity, which is reflected in cultural properties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is really interesting. It is really interesting experiences from Indonesia and from your National Museum. Indeed, it is very important to have strong and effective legislation, like Ms. Jihao said in her intervention, in her presentation. And also, it is obvious that we all our countries should put more attention and more efforts just to work to update the legislation, just to help to museums, just to help to protect our cultural heritage. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite our colleague from Mongolia, Mr. Tsensen Bilek. Please, are you here?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Moderator. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you.
I hope you can hear me well. So
yes, yes.
Yeah, greetings to everyone, to organizers and participants. So regarding the first question, I believe that the capacity building and awareness raising and activities giving understanding about the cultural and historical value of the objects are important, especially in the rural areas, because museum staff in rural areas are changed frequently, at least here in my country. So Mongolia has ratified UNESCO's 1970 convention in 1991, but despite the ratification of the convention, the protection of cultural heritage still suffered from the lack of public awareness on issues related to illicit trafficking, as well as a comprehensive approach to the problem. Therefore, UNESCO, represented by the Beijing office, with the support of the Principality of Monaco, in cooperation with the Ministry of Education, Culture and Science of Mongolia, Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO, ICOM, Mongolian National Committee of ICOM, and other related governmental organizations such as museums, police, customs, and NGOs, with participation of the experts from the Interpol, have implemented capacity building for the fight against illicit trafficking of cultural objects in Mongolia project through 2010 and 2014. So in the framework of the project, series of workshops were organized on the importance of movable cultural heritage, museum security, fights against illicit trafficking, and professional ethics. So for the project, the recommendation for the government of Mongolia, handbooks for capacity building for the specialists in related institutions, awareness raising handouts and brochures, promotional videos were developed. And as a result, the recommendations were successfully reflected in the 2014 revision of the Mongolian law on protection of cultural heritage and the 2015 revision of the Criminal Code of Mongolia. And later, Code of Professional Ethics was specifically mentioned on the Article 17 of the Law on Museums that was passed in January 2021 this year. So I think these are the main improvements and big steps for the country regarding the protection of cultural objects against theft and trafficking. And regarding the second question, organizations in charge of cultural heritage, such as our organization, National Center for Cultural Heritage under the Ministry of Culture, work in close cooperation with police and customs on identification and registration of cultural heritage objects, provide technical assistance and necessary information on protection. For instance, the state database on the cultural heritage in Mongolia uses software that works online and offline for registration of each type of cultural heritage. There is dedicated software for the registration of the movable objects as well. So all the softwares are operated by the National Center for Cultural Heritage, and we provide information to police and customs when required. And in near future, we are planning to provide access to dedicated specialists in those organizations. Also, it was proposed to establish dedicated divisions at the above mentioned entities. Yeah, as I mentioned about the law and protection of cultural heritage, criminal code, and law and museum are all connected to each other in through related articles on cultural heritage. And regarding the last question, the ICOM Code of Professional Ethics was translated as part of the activity of the above mentioned project in 2011. It's the Mongolian National Committee of ICOM promotes the ICOM Code time to time through workshops for museum workers, publishings of related institutions such as museum and cultural heritage organizations, and through social networks. Yeah, but still, I think the main improvement is that it was specifically mentioned in the Article 17 of the law on museum this year. So yeah, thank you for the attention. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you very much for your information. Congratulations with your effort and with your achievement with the law that some important issues were incorporated into the national law legislation documents. And also, you are absolutely right that in the project and in general, you pay much attention to the rural museums, because staff from the rural museums need more attention, need more skills, and just I think most of museums in big cities could help to share and to improve the capacity and to share some materials and to share some information. This is also, I think, important in our work as well, not only from the national partners, but from international and especially from UNESCO. Thank you very much. And Mr. Jack Centa, I see that you are ready.
Yes. Okay. So, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, great. So, hi everyone. Let me tell you a little bit about the Singapore context. Singapore is not really a source country for cultural property being illegally transported. Rather, it is more likely to be a recipient country from, especially from countries around the region, Southeast Asia and Asia as a whole, China, and so on. So the other difference, perhaps, with other countries that have been mentioned is that Singapore is highly urbanized. It is essentially one large city. There are very few rural areas. So we're not really talking about protection of archaeological sites where items may be uncovered. We're really talking about stolen items from other countries ending up in the hands of collectors in Singapore and museums in Singapore. So what are the things that museum personnel in Singapore need to be aware of? Some of these have already been mentioned, like has been mentioned by Lidan and others. I think they need to be firstly aware of the provenance of items when they are acquiring these items, and to make sure that there is proper due diligence when acquiring these items. I'll say a little bit more about how difficult this is. I will also, in a sense, answer question 3 at this point in time. National museums in Singapore come under the umbrella of a governmental agency called the National Heritage Board. And the National Heritage Board is a member of the International Council of Museums, or ICOM. And so it does adhere to the Code of Ethics for museums. It's supposed to implement all the good practices that are stated in there. Of course, museum professionals need to be aware of the tools that are available, such as databases of stolen items, such as the ICOM red list that Sophie has referred to. Though, of course, the difficulty here is that not all items are on this list, especially from some source countries. And the difficulties are that sometimes there aren't enough resources in source countries to put everything that is in the museums on the inventory. And another problem is that sometimes only items from official institutions like museums are on the list, but you will not find things from religious buildings like temples or archaeological sites listed. And so if someone goes onto this list, they may not find that something has been stolen, although it actually has been. And I think they need to have a proper system for checking the paperwork. And here is where the difficulty lies. You can have a lot of these procedures for due diligence, but it is always possible that something will slip through. And actually this happened in Singapore a few years ago. So the Asian Civilizations Museum in Singapore acquired a 11th century bronze statue of a Hindu goddess called Uma Parmeshwari. And it was bought from a dealer in New York for US $650,000. This was back in 2007. It turned out that this dealer was actually dealing in stolen goods, and he actually had created a very long series of fake documents. So although the museum asked for all the documentation showing the sale and ownership of the item over the years, these were produced by the art dealer, and they were all fake, and this was not detected. And it was only in 2013 when the art dealer was arrested, and together with his staff of his gallery in New York, and one of the gallery managers made a deal with the authorities in the United States and said, yes, as part of my plea deal, I declare that these items were actually stolen. And one of these items was the one that was bought by Singapore. So what happened, I guess is a good result, was that after some looking into the matter in 2015, the museum in Singapore decided to voluntarily return this item to the Indian government. But unfortunately, you can see how this difficulty is created, because even though you do some checks, there will be cases that will slip through because of fraudulent paperwork and so on. And I was just notified very recently that there's another statue in the same museum, which apparently was stolen in 1978 in Tamil Nadu in India. It is a statue of Hanuman from the 15th century from a temple. And it has been traced again back to this museum. The museum acquired it in 1998, so a very long time ago, but we haven't received a confirmation that it is the same statue that's stolen, but it looks like it might be happening all over again. So quite unfortunate. Just to talk very quickly about question 2, I'm not a museum professional, so I'm actually not aware that Singapore museums have any kind of formal arrangement with the police, with customs authorities. And it could be an issue because Singapore is not yet a party to either the 1970 UNESCO Convention or indeed the 1995 UNIDROIT Conventions. And so maybe this is where UNESCO could encourage the Singapore government to think about acceding to some of these treaties, because it would then place an obligation on the government to bring in laws that help to control import and export more effectively, and that would then oblige them to work more closely with the authorities. Singapore is a party to the ASEAN Declaration on Cultural Heritage of 2000. And in fact, the declaration encourages and urges member countries, including Singapore, to have appropriate and effective import and export controls for cultural goods. And so far, because Singapore is not a party to any of these international conventions, I don't think it actually has any of such controls. So really, we could be doing much more in this respect, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jack, for for your such emotional and excited intervention. Thank you. Really, it is interesting. And so for me, it is also interesting that we in Central Asia do not have much information about our countries in Asia Pacific and what our partners or our countries, our state bodies do in the countries and what you do. It is really interesting, and interesting that our countries are so different. Just Singapore is not to say, I know the thoughts about that. Really, it depends on territory, it depends on history. Thank you very much for your information. And again, inventory of cultural objects and items, it is again an issue that raised by you, and just to confirm about concerns from Sophie. And now I would like to give a floor to our colleague, to our expert from Vanuatu, Mr. Richard. Mr. Richard, I saw you. Are you here? So probably we are waiting.
He's disconnected.
I see. Just can we wait, or just probably maybe other colleagues would like just to add something? Miss Ledan, anything just to add?
Yeah, I would like to add something. Maybe there is a story about the stolen collection from our museum in 1906. There are about two painters, two painting from two famous painters from Indonesia, Raden Saleh and Basuki Abdullah. It was already in Christie in Singapore. It will be out in auction, but Christie finally report to the Interpol that this painting is belongs to our museum. So the Interpol contact us, and finally the painting come back to our museum, and the traders and the thieves are arrested by the police.
I see. Thank you very much. Sophie, would you like to add, to interfere?
Yes,
Sophie?
just a minute. While yes, do you hear me? Do you hear me? Yeah. Yes, just a minute while waiting for our colleague. So I just jump in while waiting for the Vanuatu colleague. Yes, I didn't say in my presentation, but of course, we really ask the museum to communicate when there is a theft, because sometimes we can see from our network, and I have in my mind an example in France that have been in the news really recently. So it was in France, so near Paris, and it was about a theft discovered by researcher, and they saw that the museum didn't communicate it on it. It's exactly what ICOM do ask to not do. We ask every museum who have observed a theft. It happens. We understand that. It happens. It's a shame, but it happened. But we need to say to the museum, have to say to the governance they have, like that is go to the police. Then if Interpol has a Bureau Central National, it go to this bureau, and then in the stolen works of art database, as said our colleague from Singapore who spoke about the stolen works of art. He is right, the database is not complete because the Interpol do not receive the information. If they receive the information, then the police can begin its work, and then we can see example as our colleague here just from sorry, I from Indonesia just said, Interpol then after that can act after that. If in the research, maybe many years after, they find the object, it's a database, it's a match, they can begin the process for restitution. But if at the very beginning, the museum do not communicate, asset museum, but I can say it can be a library, it can be archives, of course, cultural institution. If we don't communicate on theft, we will never be able to have this framework that I was speaking about between museum, between police, between customs. If we don't communicate, we help the thieves. So let's communicate about the theft. It happened, we can understand that. We need to say to the police like that they can do the job, and arrive sometimes is a very positive situation, like we just heard a few minutes ago. So I wanted just add that, but I think it's important. Museums need to they have to communicate on that.
Yes, you are right. Just actually, we should pay attention that all of us need better coordination, better networking with all relevant bodies in our countries and outside of our countries, with neighboring countries, and of course with international organizations. And of course, better communication, it is an issue in all our countries. I agree with you. Thank you very much. Mr. Richard, are you here? Did you manage just to join us? No?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, just Mr. Richard was actually the last panelist in our session, and from your permission, dear organizers, I would like just to close our panel.
Hi.
Are you?
Hi, Apu.
Yes,
Hi,
yes.
Apu.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, sure.
Okay. Hi. Shall I respond your question 2 and question 3? I'm not answered the question yet. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much. Okay. The question 2, through long-standing cooperation with the police department and customs service in cracking down cultural property crime and fight against illicit trafficking, we are committed to building a protective wall for the protection of cultural property and the facilitation repatriation of cultural property. First, the inter-ministerial joint meeting system for the security of cultural property put in place. China has established a system whose members come from 17 central authorities, including cultural heritage, police department, custom, foreign affairs, and judicial department. The system aims to focus on 3 major types of risk threatening the security of cultural property, including illegal acts by corporate bodies, theft and robbery, and fire accident. Under the system, dedicated actions and routine regulation are combined to develop a long-term mechanism for the security of cultural property. Effort has been made to strengthen supervision, implement the responsibility system at various administrative levels. Joint law enforcement activities have been carried out for continuous fight against cultural property crime. A national security supervision platform has been created. The SAFE project of cultural property launched to enhance security and preventing capacity. Second, the examination system for import and export of cultural property put in place. On the one hand, NCHA has developed and continued to improve the examination system for import and export of cultural property since the 1950s. 21 examination agencies had been set up nationwide, whose professional personnel are responsible for identifying and verifying authenticities and illegal of imported or exported objects, and timely communicate verification results or clues to authenticities involved in order to effectively prevent illicit export and trade of stolen or illicit traffic objects. On the other hand, NCHA is responsible for the examination and approval of all outbound exhibitions on cultural property of museums, while local departments of cultural heritage are in charge of filing in record inbound exhibition. This is to say, before traveling abroad, a museum exhibition on cultural property must be subject to examination and approval or documentation filing by competent department of cultural heritage at corresponding levels. Customer services handle import and export formalities pursuant to effective certificates issued by Cultural Heritage Department. Third, the identification and assessment system for crime-related cultural objects put in place in order to satisfy needs of public security and custom authorities in cracking down cultural property crime and investigate criminal cases involving cultural property. NCSA, in collaboration with relevant departments, has established an administrative system to identify and assess crime-related cultural property. 41 museums and cultural institutions around the country have been designated as identification and assessment agencies to provide evidence support for public security and custom authorities. At the same time, trainings on expertise of cultural property had been organized to enhance capacity of law enforcement officers. Fourth, Chinese museums are also important platform for collecting, presenting, and study cultural property seized and returned by police and customs. For example, the National Museum of China, Shanghai Museum, Gansu Provincial Museum, and Hubei Provincial Museum have organized several exhibitions about the returned cultural property. Shanxi Province has built a new museum abroad than this to collect and present cultural objects transferred by police department. Shanxi History Museum has worked closely with domestic and foreign police and customs service in restitution, repatriation, accession, study, and public education with regard to the stone coffin of imperial concubine Wu Hui of the Tang Dynasty. The museum and Shanxi Normal University have also co-established a translation center for stolen, lost Chinese cultural objects, registered information of stolen objects in the Interpol database, sought out information on repatriated objects, and organized seminars and public lectures on fighting cultural property crime. In question 3, code of ethics are very important.
Excuse me, sorry, Ms. Jiao. Could you please conclude your intervention within 1 minute? We're running a little bit late. Thank you. Sorry for interruption.
Okay, thank you. 他是要1分钟是吧 ？Okay. And about question 3, first, implementing through system building. The management of Chinese museum is mainly based on the law on the protection of cultural relics and the regulation on museums. These laws and regulation set out basic principles and relevant procedures for museum management in China, drawing boundary lines for professional acts of museums and their practitioners. Among others, ethical codes of conduct and self-discipline requirements specified in these laws and regulations take inspirations from principle development in the ICAM code. And the annual nationwide training for new museum employees organized by CMA under the guidance of NCHA has incorporated Code of Museum Professional Ethics into their compulsory courses. The ICOM code has also been taught as part of basic curriculum for university students in museum-related majors in China. Moreover, a book called The Manual for Museums, Editing and Publishing by NCHA as a reference for local cultural administrative department and museum nationwide has included the ICOM code as an important component. This is the ICOM code. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Agu. You're muted, Agu.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. Just that the icon code is incorporated in this wonderful book. Hani, I pass the floor to you because we are closing and concluded our session, our panel number 7. Thank you. Thank you, dear panelists, to all of you.
Thank you, Agu. Thank you for all the speakers and panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have concluded all the 7 panel discussions. Time is very short and very limited, but this conference is just a very beginning. We will definitely continue this dialogue and forum with you and for the future. And now, I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Etienne Clement, and my colleague Han Dongbin Han to take care of the last session, session 4, to present to you a set of recommendations and actions for the better effective implementation for this conference, for this convention in the region. And I would like to invite all the participants to please turn on your video because this will be a plenary session, and we would like really to see your face on the screen. And we encourage you to stay with us for another half an hour. We will have 2 high officials from Cambodia and China and the UNESCO Assistant Director General for Culture to join us for the closing session. So, ladies and gentlemen, please turn on your video, and we encourage all of you to participate in the last session actively. Thank you so much. We will have a group photo later together as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanging. Hello, everyone, again. So we now have a very challenging task in front of us because of the delay in the previous session, but actually for all good because we really didn't want to miss the time to collect as much inputs and feedback from and good experiences from you. So, but now we have about 20 minutes for this session. So our Secretariat has been trying our best to capture all the things that you have shared, on the recommendations, on the good practices in this list of recommendations that we are going to share with you right now. And please note that this is still a work in progress. We will still be going through a process of editing and refining. So we will not look for inputs in minor inputs, but if you see that if there are major areas that we have missed in this capturing this list of recommendations, then please share with us so that we could improve that. So without further ado, I would like to ask for this session, maybe you need to blow it up a bit so we can see, and I would like to invite Etienne, our UNESCO expert, to to just read through that one time so that you get the full picture before we go through them to collect inputs. Over to you, Etienne.
Thank you very much, Han. Actually, the Secretariat here was quite busy preparing draft recommendations that reflect as much as possible the richness of the debate. And it was not easy because the debates were extremely rich and there were many excellent suggestions, proposals, recommendations. So putting them together, we'll ask your understanding if it's not word by word what you have said, but we'll try to reflect, as Han just said. So the participants in the conference expressing concern that the illicit traffic in cultural property remains a major threat to the cultural heritage in the Asia-Pacific region, especially for small islands developing states, with several underlying causes, including poverty, lack of awareness, insufficient capacities, and fragile museum networks. Recommend that national authorities give more priority to addressing these causes by allocating more human and financial resources to raise awareness of government officials, the public, local communities, and community leaders. Recommend that national authorities strengthen the implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda to address poverty issues in ensuring that culture becomes an integral part of this implementation. Aware that looting of archaeological sites and even historic monuments persists in many countries in the region and causes damages not only to the cultural property, but also to historical and scientific knowledge. Recommend that national authorities allocated more resources for the protection and security of archaeological sites and monuments on the ground, under the ground, and underwater, when and where they are particularly exposed to looting. Noting that only half of the countries in the region have joined the 1970 UNESCO Convention and even less the 1995 UNIDROIT Convention. Recommend that national authorities of countries which are not yet states parties to this convention actively consider joining them. Recommend that national authorities better evaluate the impact of their laws and policies on the protection of cultural heritage and develop appropriate evaluation tools to that effect. Realizing that the conventions and national legislations can only be effective if there are sufficient national capacities. Recommend that, as required by the 1970 Convention, national authorities establish appropriate services to implement it, and that these services are continuously trained. Recommend that national authorities provide regular training to the judiciary, police, and customs, with support from UNESCO, Interpol, WCO, World Customs Organization, UNODC, and ICOM, especially along the borders. Recommend that national authorities establish specialized police services as advised by Interpol. Recommend that the relevant national authorities use the newly created ID Art mobile application developed by Interpol to help identify stolen cultural property, reduce illicit trafficking, and increase the chances of recovering stolen items. Recommend that national authorities allocated more financial resources to develop a more systematic approach for capacity building against illicit trafficking and encourage more cooperation between national research and education institutions, UNESCO, and its partners. aware of the importance of the cross-sectoral collaboration for the implementation of the Convention and legislation. Recommend that conditions be created at national, sub-regional, and regional levels, namely through regular peer-to-peer workshops and focal point networks, so that all concerned services, culture, police, customs, and judiciary, are better coordinated, can better exchange information, understand one another's priorities, and better cooperate. Reiterating the importance of the international and regional cooperation. Recommend that states parties and non-state parties to the UNESCO and UNIDROIT conventions participated in concerted international efforts, including through bilateral cooperation, to support other states parties whose patrimony is threatened from pillage of archaeological or ethnological material, and that they ensure that the competent services cooperate in facilitating the earliest possible restitution of illicitly exported cultural property. Recommend that national authorities develop mapping, inventories, digitalization, and databases on important cultural objects, so that these objects could be more easily recovered in case of theft. Recommend that national authorities work together to develop sub-regional approaches to strengthen cooperation among neighboring countries, such as in the Pacific and Central Asia. Realizing that several countries in the region are continually active in requesting and obtaining the return of restitution of cultural property, often through bilateral negotiations. Recommend that national authorities fully use the possibilities of restitution of important cultural property under the 1970 and 1995 UNESCO and UNIDROIT conventions, or enter into bilateral negotiations when the conventions do not apply, or use the mechanisms established under the UNESCO ICP-RCP. Realizing that not only governments contributed to the fight against trafficking of cultural property, but also local communities, municipalities, non-governmental organizations, foundations, and youth networks. Strongly support the various initiatives taken by local communities, municipality leaders, religious institutions, NGOs, foundations, youth networks, and others for the protection of cultural heritage, fighting illicit trafficking, and promoting the return or restitution of cultural property. Recommend that national authorities, UNESCO, and other international partners develop a more inclusive approach by associating them, the above institutions, or in nationwide or international campaigns to protect cultural heritage. Them refers to all these non-governmental initiatives. Recommend that national authorities, UNESCO, and other partners develop enabling environment and policies to encourage these non-governmental stakeholders to take an active role in the fight against illicit trafficking. Alarmed by the development of illicit trade, especially through internet, of stolen or illegally exported cultural objects from the region. Express strong interest in studies in the field of criminology which demonstrate the linkage of illicit trade in cultural property with international crime. Recommend that current laws and policies be evaluated to check if they adequately address emerging forms of illicit trafficking of cultural property, such as the fast-growing illegal online trade. Recommend that national authorities and concerned international and regional organizations strengthen and coordinate their efforts to respond to the fast-growing online illegal trade. Support the initiatives to engage into a dialogue with the art market. Recommend that awareness campaign be launched to sensitize and educate, without the D, educate collectors and treasure hunters so that they can realize the risks of engaging into illegal activities and the harm that collecting antiquities online can make. Reiterating the, is that the final version? Reiterating the key, yeah, okay. Excuse me, we were just discussing, because this is a session that just took place, so we have to make sure that our recommendation is exactly accurate. So I read it, and Anne may add if needed. Reiterating the key role of museums and cultural institutions. Recommend that museums strengthen protective conservation of its collection against illicit trafficking, especially through digital inventories, and in this regard, promote partnership between museums and institutions to facilitate information exchange, research cooperation, and joint trainings. Museum and cultural institutions in the region to take more proactive role in their respective countries to raise awareness, provide technical support to law enforcement, training activities, and market monitoring, among others. Museums in the region adopt the ICOM Code of Professional Ethics, which has specific provisions on illicit traffic in cultural property. And the final recommendation, recognizing the important role of UNESCO, concerned international organizations such as UNIDROIT, Interpol, UNODC, WCO, ICOM, and concerned government in countries of destination in the fight against illicit trafficking in cultural property. Recommend that these international partners increase their support to the countries in Asia and the Pacific to respond to the above challenges, including but not limited to institutional support, training and legislation, there's only 3 words missing, so yeah, I do it again. So recommend that these international partners increase their support to the countries in Asia and the Pacific to respond to the above challenges, including but not limited to institutional support, training and legislations, to set up mechanisms for quick responses in case of systematic pillage, and to address new forms of online trade. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Etienne. I would just add one more under the museum and cultural institutions, following up on the discussion that we had during that panel, and for some reason they got missing from this version. Recommend museums in the region to carefully check the provenances and verify documentation of objects before making purchases for their collections. So if the Secretariat can kind of quickly type or copy and paste that version in. I would like to maybe now open the floor for you to, if there's any major points that you had brought up or you have heard from another speakers or panelists that you found very prominent and needs to be addressed here that we haven't captured, please help us to do so. So you could raise your hand. You could also just type in the chat, and we would reflect in the final version. we might not have time to address line by line, but we would really like to capture the main ideas that we have missed. So I would invite anyone to open to take the floor. If you need to look at any other section, as you might notice that we structure this along the line of the 7 topics that we have addressed in 7 panels. So if there's any specific topic that you would like us to maybe bring up to the screen again for you to have a look, please let us know as well. Again, for intervention, you could raise your hand by using that little function under reaction there on the bottom of your screen, or you could type in the chat and I could mention that, and I can read it out to the whole meeting. And also please note that we would, after the refining this, we would include this in the materials to be put forward to the global meeting that UNESCO will organize in the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the 1970 convention that's scheduled to take place in September. So I'm very glad that we have very rich voices coming from the region. But please help us to finalize, to upgrade that if we can. There's a question on could the PIMA Code of Ethics also be included along with the ICOM Code of Ethics?
Yes, that's a very good suggestion. Thank you.
So
we'll include that.
We will take note of that, and then also the International Council on Archives, we would certainly include that in the under the international organization session. And there is one part that we mistakenly missed out, UNIDROIT, and we also included that in there as well. So yes, so thank you for recommending additional international organizations that we could include. If you want to include any regional or sub-regional organizations into for us to reach out to them to join forces, please also recommend as well. We take note of ASEAN that had been mentioned for the Southeast Asia sub-region, but then maybe there will be other sub-regional organizations in other parts in Asia Pacific, and please also share them with us. And of course, content-wise, if you see anything missing, I saw one hand raising. Who's this raising hand? Can you please help me to Sophie? Okay. Yes, Sophie, please take the floor.
Thank you very much. You hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, thank you very much. Just quickly, thank you very much for the paragraph regarding the key role of museum. Really appreciated. I think also that under cultural institution, we could say archives and libraries. It could be also a way to show the way to work together, but that's up to you. I let you on that. Just little things on the first bullet point regarding this paragraph on museum and cultural institution. You speak about especially through digital inventories. Well, for us, digital is the best, best level, of course, but I think there are so many differences between countries that we should already push for inventories and then set both. And so I would say, especially through inventories and between bracket physical or digital, and to show people that, okay, digital may be the highest step, but if they have to go to free physical, we would be already super happy with the physical inventories. So that's only suggestion I made, but you take out. Just regarding that is more terminology. So yeah, digital or physical, yeah. Then regarding just the terminology, the name of ICOM code is ICOM Code of Ethics. ICOM Code of Ethics. Yeah, put away professional, yeah. Ethics with capital E. So ICOM Code of Ethics for museums with capital M, just that. ICOM Code of Ethics for museum, exactly. Then I understand also the last bullet point regarding the provenance, but in fact, it is already in the Code of Ethics, and I guess it is also in PIMA Code of Ethics. So we have the choice, or we repeat this as a special recommendation, or we just say that we encourage to adopt the ICOM of the ethics rule, and inside there is provenance. So I don't know if it's really relevant. It's like you promote ratification of convention and then you highlight Article 7. Strange for me, but why not? And then one last point is on the tools that you promote at the when you speak about the ID Art mobile application. I think it's really, really interesting because it's a really new one. But if possible, I would like also to highlight the red list because that's one of the most important used tools. So I could say, recommend that the relevant national authorities use the newly created ID Art mobile application developed by Interpol, as well as ICOM Red List to help identify blah, blah, blah. So could be also a nice way to put highlight on one of the most usable tool.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sophie. We will reflect that into our final version, and we will think about whether we highlight the provenance and verification of documentation as a separate or kind of integrated in these codes of ethics. It just came out very strongly in the museum panel. That's why we thought that it's worth to highlight. But as I mentioned, we will still go through the process of refining and editing. So we will take into consideration your comment. Maybe if anyone, I could take maybe one more intervention if anyone would be interested to share, or else that we would continue to work on this, and we can share with you the pre-final version. We have all your contact lists. We can share them with you for your final review and recommendation after this conference. That would work for us as well. So would we have any last intervention that I could invite from the floor? I don't see any raising hand. Okay, so may I propose that we agree with this version for now. Please take notes that this is we will consider this a recommendation coming from the participants of the conference. Many of them represent government, but also many of them represent international organizations, civil society organizations, community members, and we would take note of that, and we would like to bring this forward to the international conference that will take place in September. So I would like to thank you very much for your active contribution over the last 2 days. It is really great to see that we could conclude this conference in such a successful manner. But without further ado, I would like to pass this back to Han Ying to lead us to the closing panel with the dignitaries who are already online to join us. Thank you very, very much again, everyone.
Thank you, Han. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very pleased to welcome the UNESCO Assistant Director General for Culture, Mr. Ernesto Odone, joining us just now. And we also welcome another high official from Cambodia and China to deliver their closing remarks. So first, please allow me to invite Her Excellency Dr. Phrong Sakona, Minister of Culture and Fine Arts of Cambodia, to deliver her remarks. Welcome, Her Excellency.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman, distinguished experts, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great privilege and honor to share with you my closing remarks for this conference, the Asia Pacific Regional Conference for the 50th anniversary of the UNESCO 1970 Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property, which is organized by the UNESCO's regional office in Bangkok. First, I would like to express my congratulations on the job well done over these 2 active, informative days and this new normal practice, the online conference, in this difficult period. Despite the restriction imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic, this event has allowed us to continue our work through remote meetings to discuss and exchange ideas, experiences, challenges, and best practices regarding the fight against the illicit trafficking of cultural property. And I note that this conference has attracted a significant number of participants. May I recall that 16 years after the adoption of the 1954 Hague Convention, Cambodia was among a number of states that called for an international agreement to address the looting of archaeological sites and the subsequent trafficking in antiquity. Most of the supporters of this treaty were former European colonies in Asia and Africa, which, like Cambodia, feared that looting activities were chipping away at the very national identity. Our effort culminated in the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership cultural property. In September 1972, Cambodia became only the 7th state of ratifying this convention, even though at that time Cambodia was severely embroiled in civil war and the government controlled little more than the Phnom Penh and Angkor regions. To that, we are all proud to note that 1970 convention count 140 member states, although as mentioned in the conference concept paper, the Asia Pacific region represents one of the lowest ratification rates in this 1970 convention. In addition, I can inform you that Cambodia is also among the only 8 Asia Pacific countries to have ratified the complementary 1995 UNIDROIT conventions. The year 2020 marked the 50th anniversary of the UNESCO 1970 convention, and in recognition of this golden anniversary, on 22 April 2020, the Virtual Forum of Ministers of Culture determined that the fight against the illicit trafficking of cultural property is one of the top priorities in major challenges of our time, particularly as it has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 situation and It is in this spirit that we gather today together. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during the ruthless period of ravaging civil war, which brought our beloved Cambodia to grief over a period of 30 years, it was not only our people who suffered misfortune. Our cultural heritage, too, was a collateral victim. For decades, thousands of Khmer antiquities were looted and put up for sale on the international art market and major auction houses in London, New York, as well as other parts of the world, to be brought up by the leading museum and wealthy collectors. A large number of these artifacts came with a little or no ownership history or provenance, but we know now that many were brutally torn from the pedestal by thieves. As many of our numerous historic sites were left inadequately attended, Cambodia was powerless to stop this threat, and neither were we in a position to seek repatriation of any of these items. Until the 1990s, we had lost count of number of attacks committed against our art objects and historical monuments. But over the past 3 decades, the Kingdom of Cambodia, with the full support of UNESCO and other state parties of the 1970 Convention, has managed to retrieve many pieces from private collectors, museums, and other countries. To work on our claim for the return or repatriation of Cambodia's art objects, the Royal Government of Cambodia has adopted several strategies, including negotiation by using our win-win resolution with the private collectors, owners, and museums. A seminal moment was the publication in 1993 of the 100 Missing Objects, featuring work from the UNESCO's Conservation Depot with the cooperation of UNESCO, ICOM, and the Department of Museum, later reprinted in 1997. Then in 2009, the same organization published the Red List, which illustrated and described artifacts at risk of illicit trafficking. In addition, further collaboration and financial support has been provided by the U.S. Embassy in Phnom Penh, the École Française Extrême-Orient EFEO, Friends of Khmer Culture, and the Center of Khmer Study. And we have also benefited from close collaboration of scholars and concerned individuals such as those in the Antique Coalition who are with us here today. Meanwhile, the Department of Antiquity of the Ministry of Culture and Fine Arts has been working on an inventory of items located outside museums in order to identify and protect these works. Results of these works are now widely available on databases and through the internet. Furthermore, the government of the Royal Kingdom of Cambodia signed Memorandum of Understanding with the Kingdom of Thailand and the United States of America to prohibit the import of Khmer antiquity to these countries. The outcome of the hard work over many years has seen many artifacts repatriated, either through mutual negotiation or international diplomatic cooperation. For Cambodia's people, the restitution of cultural artifacts is an important part of our psychological reconciliation process. Whether acquired through donation, negotiation, or international legal channel, the return of heritage plays a vital role in personal and collective recuperation, being seen as a symbol of reunification of the soul of Khmer ancestors separated from the home. The high level of public interest in the ceremonies performed at the airport, the National Museum, and even the Peace Palace, seat of the government, to mark each homecoming is testimony to the significance of this process. In this regard, may I mention specifically the welcome home given to the exquisite masterpiece looted from the Kokai site in northern Cambodia. Every country in our region has had different experiences of the loss of both tangible and intangible cultural heritage, but we all share in the deeply felt benefit of contemporary restitution initiative. For this reason, I am happy to support that this virtual conference, where new initiatives were proposed, especially the initiative to approach museums and private collectors around the world who post the statue of order, urging them to voluntarily cooperate with us to repatriate those treasures back to the original home. As the UNESCO slogan says, heritage is identity, don't steal it. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the message being projected by delegates and participants of this conference is loud and clear. I trust that the international community will respond with equal commitment and energy. In parting, I would like to once again express my thanks and congratulations to the organizer of this event and wishing everyone good health. I look forward to seeing you all again in September at the International Conference celebrating the 50th anniversary of the 1970 Convention, where we will push forward our cooperation to achieve further success. Thank you and farewell.
For your wonderful remarks. Next, please join me in welcoming Mr. Hu Bing, Deputy Administrator for the National Cultural Heritage Administration of China, to deliver his remarks. Welcome, Mr. Hu.
尊敬的彭萨格朗大臣、安利斯托奥特内文化助理总干事、各位同仁、专家、女士们、先生们，感谢教科文组织曼谷办事处的邀请，今天非常荣幸能参加1970年公约50周年亚太区纪念大会。在此，我谨代表中国国家文物局对大会的成功举办表示热烈祝贺，向教会组织，特别是公约秘书处的不懈努力致以崇高的敬意。1970年公约是教科文组织框架下保护文化财产领域最重要的国际公约之一，为构建打击文化财产犯罪的国际法秩序做出了卓越贡献。公约缔结50年来，在公约秘书处、各个国际组织和各国政府的积极努力下，打击文化财产非法贩运的国际法律框架和治理体系日臻完善，保护文化财产、打击非法贩运日益成为国际共识和国际行动目标。这是1970年公约具有强大生命力的鲜活证明，国际社会也必将持续从中受益。亚太地区以其文化多样性著称，文化遗产丰富多彩，文物艺术品市场增长迅速，是世界最富活力的地区之一。在全球庆祝公约50周年的框架下，亚太地区举办本次区域会议恰逢其时。此次为期2天的区域会议，汇聚了亚太地区11个国家政府各部门、国际组织、博物馆和研究机构、社会团体等的代表和专家，围绕1970年公约实施的关键挑战、良好实践和合作前景进行了充分讨论，是一次将文化多样性转化为互学互鉴、共商共治的良好实践，为亚太地区下一步共同打击文化财产非法贩运、融入并促进相关国际合作确定了方向。 中国是1970年公约和1995年公约的缔约国，在国际公约框架下，中国一直在打击违法财产非法贩运和促进违法财产归还返还方面积极探索。我们不断完善国内立法，大力促进国际公约的国内法转化，建立了维务、公安、海关等部门的联合工作机制，加强对维吾进出口的监管和维吾犯罪的打击，探索网上交易的协同监管，积极开展双边合作，防范维吾盗窃、盗掘和非法进出口，协商推动维吾返还，建立维吾犯罪信息中心和被盗维吾信息平台，参与被盗维吾信息国际共享。通过媒体宣传、展览等多种方式，提升公众对于文化遗产重要性及打击非法贩运紧迫性的认知。在公约缔结50周年的重要时间节点，我们热烈庆祝过去通过共同努力取得的优异成绩，也在新的起点、新的环境、新的挑战中，一起回答时代的新命题，谋划共同的未来。面对新冠肺炎疫情、信息技术进步、气候变化等全球共性挑战，区域协同和国际合作是最有效的应对途径。中国是文化遗产大国，也是文化遗产保护领域国际秩序的坚定守护者。今年，中国将继续支持1970年公约示范法的起草工作，结合公约50周年，举办国际打击文化财产非法贩运日相关活动。中国愿与亚太国家和国际社会一道，通过密切对话、协同行动、广泛合作，促进将文化多样性和联合国可持续发展目标融入国际公约基础上的国际文化新秩序。谢谢大家。
For this very encouraging message just addressing us from Beijing. Last but not least, everyone please join me in welcoming the UNESCO Assistant Director General for Culture, Mr. Ernesto O'Donnell, to addressing us from Paris. Welcome, Mr. Ernesto. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Minister and distinguished guests, let me first of all express my sincere appreciation and gratitude to the Minister of Culture of Thailand for having co-hosted this important regional conference, to the Minister of Culture of Fine Arts of Cambodia, and the Deputy Administrator of the National Cultural Heritage Administration of China for your support in this event. And to all our speakers, partners, institutions, and panelists for your participation and valuable insights. I would especially like to thank all our colleagues in our field offices in the Asia-Pacific region, and in particular our Bangkok office, for enabling a very constructive and fruitful dialogue in celebration of the 50th anniversary of the 70 Convention. This dialogue is essential as we need to strengthen regional international cooperation in the fight against illicit trafficking. UNESCO is fully committed to continuing the fight against the illicit trafficking of cultural property and to accompany the efforts of our member states in the protection of cultural heritage. And therefore, delighted to note a number of important issues that this conference has raised. For one, your discussion highlighted the key challenges facing the Asia-Pacific region, including the urgent need to raise awareness of the illicit trafficking of cultural property and its consequences, and to increase the visibility of the 70 Convention in the region. You also noted that a lack of capacity has limited our actions. As many of you have pointed out, cooperation mechanisms between different sectors need to be further developed, and more technical, human, and operational resources need to be devoted to the training of policymakers, museum staff, law enforcement agency, among others. You also stressed the need to strengthen support to small island developing states in the Asia-Pacific region, where there is a low ratification rate. States face a unique challenges, such as climate change, fragile museum networks, and limited capacities in conservation, inventorying, and digitalization of collections. Many good practices have also been shared. For example, and I'm glad to learn that many countries in the region are either in the process of ratifying the convention or developing national laws and strategies to reinforce the protection of cultural heritage. I applaud the various capacity building and awareness raising initiatives taking place in the region, including for youth, such as the training of police officers in Cambodia and the education project for school students in Fiji and Pakistan. I was pleased to note the examples of fruitful international cooperation for return and restitution among state parties and non-state parties. And the partnership have been strengthened among museums in research, documentation, and digital repatriation. It is inspiring to see also the indispensable role of communities in safeguarding cultural heritage and the more and more engaging art market. Your contribution and the reflection that emerged from this conference will be very important to guide our next activity and future priorities in the region, within the framework of our global strategy to fight illicit trafficking of cultural objects. This includes, first and foremost, promoting the ratification of the convention. Ratification is at the core of our mission in the Asia-Pacific. Our goal is the ratification of all member states in the region, as this is the only way to combat illicit trafficking in an efficient way. We will continue working with all of you in this endeavor. Secondly, we need to continue to support museums and cultural institutions. Today's debate underscored the important role that museums play in fighting against the illicit trafficking of cultural property through preventive conservation, inventories, public education, and promoting community involvement. Thirdly, we need to step up our efforts to build capacities and enhance cross-sectorial cooperation. We will continue to work with all our partners to strengthen technical support for the development of national laws and regulation, but also provide more intensive support for training and joint task forces for police, customs, judicial officials, and cultural professionals. Finally, facilitating international cooperation will remain a major priority. In the Asia-Pacific context, where the ratification rate is still low, international cooperation partnerships have been especially important. Bilateral cooperation has enabled the protection of cultural heritage and return and restitution. I'm inspired to see that new partners and synergy have been built between member states, institutions, communities, and also the private sector. All your insights and recommendations have been extremely valuable and will feed in the work we are currently undertaking, such as the Asia-Pacific study that will include a survey of all member states in the region in collaboration with our field offices, and of course, the international conference that will take place on the 14th September. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests, the regional conference has shown that there is no one solution to the scourge of the illicit trafficking of cultural property. It will require the combined efforts of a wide range of actors and the united response by all countries in the region, particularly through the ratification of the 70 Convention and the UNIDROIT Convention. UNESCO will continue to support you in this fight, which is a fight for the future of our cultural heritage and for our children. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Your microphone.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Sorry, yes. I'll just would like to thank you once again for Mr. Ernesto for your wonderful, excellent remarks. And please turn on your videos, everyone. Thank you very much for your active participation and the valuable contribution to this conference during the past 2 days. We would like to have a group photo with all of you. Thank you for being with us here today and yesterday. And we would like to have a group photo with all of you. And while waiting for more people to turn on your video, I just like to reiterate that the meeting outcomes and the meeting recordings will be available on UNESCO's YouTube channel and on UNESCO Bangkok's website. We will keep you updated through your registered emails. Thank you. We have now full of faces on the screen. Thank you. Now we will have the first photos, group photo. Please smile. Okay, we will have the second one. Smile. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Now we have it. Thank you. Thank you for being with us here today. I wish you a very pleasant afternoon and evening. Enjoy your day. We will keep you updated and we hope this conversation and forum will continue. Thank you for with us. Thank you. Bye-bye.